Good morning everyone, welcome to the StoneX Stadium for the Continental Tyres Schools Cup Finals. It's the under-15s in action today, and we start off proceedings with the under-15s bowl between Reading Bluecoats and Gordon's School. A short drive for either school to get here today, just based outside of West London, but today I'm with a North London legend to talk me through these games. Rocky Clark, the rock star of the English rugby world. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm fine and dandy, all nice and warm, ready for the games. We've got 4 today. It's going to be an exciting game, and I also am pretty pleased that it's raining. As a forward, I want to see lots of forward play. Gosh, that's a bit selfish of you, but I do also love a scrum. I find them particularly scrummy. And the conditions today, they are raining. It's a little bit cold, but just look at the force that they brought with them. The crowd have started to form. Gordons have brought 75 pupils with them to support their side today. Reading Bluecoats with 50 students coming to support them today, including parents and families who, of course, are all here to take in what is a very, very special occasion. Rocky, these finals are something to cherish for the rest of your life. They are, and they'll remember these in 40 years' time, where they come out, played at StoneX, they've run out on a massive pitch in front of all their friends and family. It is a huge day for them.
Well, and a huge shout out to the RFU and indeed our partner Continental Tyres for making these days possible. It's just fantastic, isn't it, to have them support schools rugby, if you will. Absolutely. To have a big title sponsor is massive, and I'm really excited to see Continental get behind rugby, and it's huge for the game. Well, let's start to discuss the run-in for either teams as they journey to the StoneX Stadium. We're seeing them depart the field of play right now. They've finished their warm-ups, they're raring to go. The emotions couldn't be higher. The fire in their bellies will definitely have been stoked, won't they, Rocky?
Yeah, they would have got up, they would have had to have an early breakfast, so they're fueled, ready for the day. Early start for them, probably slightly different to the times they're used to playing, so it's all about now the focus. They've done their warm-up, it's wet, it's windy, they've got to make sure that they're in tune, they've got their game plan and they stick to it.
Talk about an adrenaline rush. They literally walk down the tunnel side by side with each other. That's a nice way and a tasty way to introduce yourself to a rival.
Certainly is indeed. They're all going to be eyeballing each other as they're in the tunnel, sizing up their opposition. I've done it a number of times where you're waiting in the tunnel, ready to run out, and you're just having a little peek out the corner of your eye who your opposite number is. So, yeah, they'll certainly have done that as they walked in.
Well, before I try and pick your brain a bit more about opposite numbers, we're getting some lovely crowd shots again once more. It's 9 degrees here today. It's windy, it's rainy, but it's fantastic to see that people are coming out to support those playing today.
Certainly is, and, you know, regardless of the conditions, these people will be here, and just to see the pitch, it's obviously 4G, so it's going to be really good. It's going to be a fast pitch, it's going to be a little bit greasy underhand. There might be a few errors that creep in early doors, but they've got to make sure they play the conditions as well, and obviously be aware of the bounce of the ball. Very different to playing in real muddy situations.
Well, before we see the kick-off take place, let's go through the team, starting with the nominated home side, Reading Bluecoats, and they line up with the following. Finn Briggs, Alex Brown and Joshua Wilson make up that front row. Wilson will be playing in the number 23 jersey, so a change from the typical tight head 3. Richard Deeks and Ben Adshed are in the second row, with Sammy Maffin, Joseph Wilhouse and the captain James Lunn in the back row for them. The half-back combination of Benji Long and George Olney returns for the Bluecoats. Cyrus Badgers on one wing with Aran Sharma on the other. Henry Crowhurst and Harry Millard are in the centres. Millard, the vice-captain of the team as well. And Michael Evans will be sweeping from the back for the Bluecoats. We'll just quickly go through the Gordon's teams as the teams make their way out onto the pitch itself. Starting in that front row, Charlie Quinnell, Bizan Tapper, Fabian Allendale will make up the front row. Jake Rollerson and Callum McNeil in the second row. Rory Butler, Adam Cohen and Tom Norman in the back row, with Norman captaining the side. Guy Hempsell and Jack Melrose, the nominated halfback combination, with Melrose in the 23 jersey. Femi Ogundogba and Oscar Gwads are on the wings. Will Lawrence, Choang Tamang is the vice-captain in the centres as well. And Cameron Watts is your sweeper at fullback from the back of the park today. Now, Rocky, we've seen the teams. We've talked a lot about the conditions. Just before kick-off starts, give me one piece of advice for either side to remember with this slightly slippery, damp condition.
Yeah, you've got to give it respect. Just make sure you don't force anything, set up your phases, get into the game early, try and carry early on or make a tackle, and then you're set, you're ready to go, you're in it.
Now, unfortunately, that is an early mistake for Gordon School's Will Lawrence there, wearing the number 12 jersey. It's not uncommon to have those mistakes so early on in these big games. You've got the adrenaline pumping through your system. You've obviously got the nerves of the occasion starting to get to you. Gordons just need to settle down a little bit, Rocky. Don't let that one knock them back. Don't let it phase them too much, and actually just build from this moment onwards. Yeah,
they're in a little bit of pressure in their 22. Obviously, when you're catching a high ball, really, you get taught as a youngster, turn sideways, so in case you drop it, it goes backwards. So they need to just make sure they do that next time, but a big scrum needed here.
Well, it's a good shove from Gordons, but Bluecoats have managed to retain the ball. Good pick and go there from James Lunn, the captain. He's worked it out into his back line. Fantastic work. They've won the advantage as well, Bluecoats here. Pick and going down the blind side. It's a melee of bodies there for Bluecoats. They could really work something magical. Latest carry there from Woolhouse, getting them ever closer. Bluecoats reminded they have that advantage. They can try something a bit tasty here if they want to. Big carry there going from Briggs. He's sent flying backwards though. Great defence from the Gordons team so far. Huge collision on Ben Adshed as he's taken the ball forward for Bluecoats, but they do have that penalty advantage, and Rocky, promising start from the Gordons defence.
Yeah, really impressed by Gordons there. They had a lot of forward runners having a little pick and go, running hard, and I just feel that Bluecoats need to make sure that they maybe play a little bit wider. They're running into heavy traffic, and Gordons have just shown what a defensive prowess they've got.
Now George Olney has sent that one into the corner. Bluecoats backing their line-out drive here in the early stages. They don't want to just take points, Rocky. They want to go the full hog and get the tries on the board.
Love to see that intent, see what their set piece is like. They've got opportunity 5 metres out. Looking pretty good.
Adshed was the target, and he has taken it down, so Bluecoats will now set up a nice promising drive. Inches away now from scoring. Lunn, the captain, going for the line! And that's the first try of the day, and it's gone to the captain, James Lunn, of the Bluecoats side. And they're now 5-0 up within the first 5 minutes of the game here at the StoneX. Rocky, the power of the number 8 could just not be stopped.
Yeah, he's obviously the talisman for the team, and it's just a lovely little twist out. He's got one-on-one against his opposite number, but he just rides the tackle and goes over. A big, strong player, and look at that, really clever to go, just sneak out the side. Normally you'd say keep it in, make sure you push over the line, but he saw that opportunity.
You were talking moments ago about weighing up your opposite number and going for those collisions early on. Do you think that'll give Lunn a little bit of the upper hand now for the rest of the match in the battle?
Yeah, he'll be thinking that's 1-0, but I certainly think his opposite number, Tom Norman, will be certain to have a word about that. And he's also captain too, so two of them head to head. It's going to be a big battle between those two.
Well, the conversion has sailed over from an extraordinarily tight angle. So Reading Bluecoats are 7-0 up here in the early stages at the StoneX Stadium. What a phenomenal start for them, and a great kick from Harry Millard, the vice-captain, to add the extras for his side. And there's another replay of the fantastic try from James Lunn. No doubt we'll be seeing even more physical carries from the number 8 as the game goes on. But Gordons will get us restarted. And no mistakes from Millard there, and Millard will break away ever so slightly, opting to keep the ball in play. He's going to challenge the Gordons team, and they're going to run it straight back to him with Cameron Watts. Good carry from the fullback there, but Bluecoats are counter-rucking. They're going to steal possession straight off Gordons. Lunn now with another big carry through the middle of the field. A little bit of slow ball there for Bluecoats, but luckily Woolhouse is there to tidy it up. Little show and go there from George Olney. The Bluecoats have got an advantage. No rolling away from Charlie Quinnell of Gordons. So they have the advantage to play with here. Nice chip over the top would be fun to see, but let's be patient and find out what Bluecoats will do from this position, Rocky.
Yeah, I've seen some really strong carries, haven't we, from the forwards. They just need to maybe have a couple of options, couple of tip passes, and they might get through on that little weak shoulder.
Well, they were looking for that tip, as you were just mentioning there, but they had the penalty advantage. Great refereeing, allowing the side to keep going to see if they can find the gap. But instead, they're going to send this one into the forwards corner again, Rocky. I think that's what we're going to name it from now on, because I know you've gone over a few times from these corners at the StoneX.
Yeah, what a kick. That was tremendous, and it certainly has. I've played here many a times for the Saracens women, and we've set up a lot of drives from that corner. So I'd expect them to throw to the front again and just keep it tight. And as we saw Lunn just peel off, got to make sure that Gordon schools are ready there to watch that peel and try and get in across that line very quick as soon as that person's hit the floor.
Keep your eyes on the head-taped gorilla at the back of James Lunn, because he's a big presence for that Bluecoats pack, and no doubt he'll be looking for another carry off the back of this maul, and he is the one with the ball now for Bluecoats going down the blind side. James Lunn wrestles off one, collision with another. Good tackle to bring the number 8 down from Gordons, and now Briggs is the latest one to carry. Gordons have got to be careful not to give away another penalty so close to their own line, but they've actually turned the ball over, but Bluecoats suddenly reversed that turnover. It's frantic stuff in the early exchanges here at the StoneX Stadium. And that's an unfortunate knock-on at the base of the ruck for Benji Long. Let's just talk, Rocky, quickly about the defensive effort of Gordons in that moment. We've got the initial run from James Long. He's a bouldering figure on the pitch.
Yeah, he loves running the ball in hand, and he's a big lad, and he's just stepped off his left foot, cut back in. He was met by a big Gordon's defensive effort who smashed him back, but certainly he is the talisman for that team.
He's a player they'll certainly continue to look to for the rest of this game. Another good scrum, though, from the Gordons pack. So it's a nice, easy reception for them. But now Bajaj is going to run it back for the Bluecoats. As he turned over on the floor, they've managed to keep possession somehow. Another show and go there from George Olney. The fly half really looking to take it up to the line this afternoon, Rocky.
He is. He loves stepping off his right foot, doesn't he? And he loves a little half gap, and that's great to see at this age. The instinct that they're already asking questions. If he can just get forward runners off his shoulder, if he can get his arms through, then that could be really hard to defend.
So it's just a replay of the penalty conceded by Gordons, going off the feet at the ruck and eventually winning the ball as a result. This time, Bluecoats are not going to go to the corner. They're going to stick some points on the board. It will send them 10-0 ahead if successful, Rocky, and that's suddenly a big mountain for Gordons to climb.
Yeah, a really sensible decision, especially if Millard's got this... sorry, not Millard. Yes, it is Millard. My apologies. Millard's got this kick in him. He's already put 2 points over. He's just there, ready.
This one just slightly wide of the mark, Rocky. He's pulled that one to his left, but he's already shown us that he's got a fantastic boot on him, so again, can't let it go to his head. No,
he's a very competent goal kicker, and that just went to the left of the uprights. He's certainly somebody that has got that confidence, struck it really well, and it would have made a big difference.
Well, and the dropout from Gordons has gone back into the Bluecoats half, but Bluecoats straight away looking to attack again with Sharma. Before he can hit second gear, he's brought down. Now Gordons are going to have a go at counter-rucking. What's their forward pack got for us? Well, it's a knock-on from Bluecoats, but it's right in front of those Gordon Schools pupils who have come to support their team, Rocky. How important is it in these finals that you've got friends in the crowd on your side?
Makes such a difference. You hear a cheer, and you look around, you see familiar faces. That is a huge uplift, and you know, when you do a big hit or strong carry and you can hear them cheering, that just gives you that extra 5%. And knowing there's people there watching you really want to do them proud.
Well, Gordons really do have the slight dominance at the scrums. They got a shove on,
midfield form all on,
and they did win it. And that's an awkward bounce to the back for Michael Evans to have to deal with. The fullback retreating almost to his own line now. He's going to run it back, but it's a fantastic covering tackle for Gordons. So now all of a sudden Bluecoats under immense pressure thanks to the great work of Cameron Watts.
Hold there. Okay. Use! Red's come, that's brought him on.
Benji Long's kick is an awkward one for Watts to deal with. He's let it bounce, but Watts is going to run it straight back to them. He's made a good 15 metres there for the Gordon School. And Gordons do win themselves the penalty at the breakdown.
Just seeing what Gordons can bring to the game, haven't we? It was Cameron Watts who just went through, made that tackle, brilliant tackle, just scrabbed him down, got himself up real quick and back on side, and then he was one of the ones who carried really far, stepped in, has got his team front foot ball.
We see it at the international level. It's the same at any level in rugby. If you're going to kick down the field, you've got to have the chase to go with it. And really on that occasion, Cam Watts showed exactly why it's so important.
Exactly, you can make a poor kick look good if you have a decent chase, and you're only as good, your kick is only as good as its chase. So really impressed with Cameron there.
Tidy ball for Gordons at the front there, and they get their first rumbling maul started.
3 and 8, thank you. Don't go in there.
They've had to dig deep for it, and thankfully Bizan Tapper has come away with the ball for Gordons. Bluecoats were all over them trying to stop that attack, and now it's out with the back line. But there has been a knock-on from Gordon's Will Lawrence. So it'll be a scrum down Bluecoats ball. But Rocky promising they got to that position on the pitch and promising they wanted to play it wide.
Exactly, if that ball had been kept in hand, potentially opportunities for space out wide. Just need to settle into this a little bit. They've just got their foothold into the game, and they need to keep possession, but they've got a strong scrum. If they can put pressure on, they should get the ball back off a kick return.
Well, we've seen that Gordons are the ones getting the initial shove on in that scrum so far.
Set.
So it'll be exciting to see where this one goes, just inside the Bluecoats 22, and now it's Bluecoats. They get the shove on, and Lunn once more comes away with it, going around the outside of that scrum. He's made a good 10 metres from that initial carry, the big number 8, and his forward pack will back him up and take their side almost to the halfway line. This is great work from the Bluecoats off that scrum. Oh, but a big collision. Big collision from Tom Norman of Gordon's School there. That was quite a high challenge, so we see the penalty awarded, and it'll be interesting to see what the referee will do from here. There's no discussion happening so far.
Yeah, that was quite a big whack, wasn't it? We've seen the back row of Reading doing really well, carrying really hard, getting the front foot ball, and then that big hit from Tom Norman. Just a little bit high. Referee's telling him to keep the tackles down.
Okay, too.
They're just checking that Alex Brown was okay. He says he is, so he will continue for Bluecoats.
Let's go, please, Green.
We're going to get the water off from Gordons. We'll talk about water boys in a little bit, Rocky, because they're a bit of a dark horse really in the rugby world at the moment with the tactics that they can play. But we'll see where this clearance kick ends up first. That's a lovely kick for the Bluecoats from George Olney. Good territory gain there, Rocky.
Yeah, they're just soaking it up, aren't they? They're letting Gordons have an attack, and then Reading Bluecoats are there just waiting for that turnover opportunity. They wait for the knock on, and then look where they are, 50 metres down the field, their line out.
That's a bit of a missed throw there at the line out, so Gordons will break away with it. They're trying to spread the play nice and wide early on. Good little show and go there from Ogundogba.
Hold there, gents.
And Gordons are looking to play out of their own half as well. Another really strong carry for the Gordon School means they're on the front foot, but it's stolen at the ruck by Bluecoats' Joseph Woolhouse. Great work from the number 7 to get down over the ball. And Woolhouse will make the first carry, but he tips it on to Lunn. That back row duo are going to be crucial for Bluecoats in this game.
Yeah, just look at the work rate they're getting through. But Finn Briggs has been carrying really well as well. He's like a back row player in the front row.
Go back, go back, go back.
Olney sent that kick into Gordon's territory, and it's being chased really well by Harry Millard. Millard is supported by his fellow winger, and it's a scrappy clearance kick from the Gordon School, and they've also conceded the knock on, so Olney will carry forward with an advantage for Bluecoats. Wilson on the blind for Bluecoats. Sammy Maffin now. Referee still playing that knock-on advantage for Bluecoats. Olney went for the chip over the top. It was charged down.
New advantage.
Because he went for the kick as well, it's interesting there, Rocky, because he went for the kick, that's advantage over, but it was charged down mid-air by Gordons, and all of a sudden, Bluecoats were in quite a hair-raising situation.
Yeah, they were, and it was Will Lawrence who got the charge down. He just managed to get the offload as well, but just slipped through the fingers of his support player. But that's encouraging for Gordons. They just need to keep the ball, look after it, make sure they don't force it. These conditions, we've talked about it being rather wet underfoot, slippy on the surface.
Bind.
How greasy will it have made that ball? Because the water likes to sit on top of this plastic surface, doesn't it?
It does. It's quite skiddy, and that's something you just need to make sure that you take that little bit of extra, respect on the ball. Watch the ball into your hands. Try not to bullet pass it at anybody. Look after it, and don't force silly offloads, because in these conditions they're going to be hard to stick.
The referee just having a word with the Gordon's forward pack. He wants them to be driving straight.
Bind.
Just giving them a gentle reminder.
Okay, flat and straight.
And Bluecoats with easy ball then out the back of that scrum, and it's gone to Crowhurst to make the initial carry. He was looking around desperately for an offload, but I guess he thinks it wasn't on. And we'll play on here now with Woolhouse. Another really strong carry from the number 7. Once again proving his work rate, Rocky.
This back row are really working well. Initially we saw the superstar Lunn, but it's also Maffin and Woolhouse.
And James Lunn's broken through. James Lunn might be able to get the offload away to Woolhouse, and he does. I'm so sorry to interrupt you there, Rocky, but I thought James Lunn might have made it all the way to the line.
Hey, we've got to celebrate those ones. We were just talking about him, and his back row is certainly getting through some work, as well as Adsheed as well.
Only with a lovely little tip on to Crowhurst, but he's met with a brick wall of a defence by Gordon's School. Good feet there from Joshua Wilson, the front rower, but unfortunately good feet won't get him past that brick wall that I've already mentioned. Here comes Woolhouse. Another big hit going in from the Gordons defence.
That's fine, Five's got it, picked it up and then went to ground.
And it's a turnover. Callum McNeil, he made one of those big tackles. He turned the ball over, however Gordons have conceded a penalty just inside the 22. And they all point straight at the post, Rocky.
Up and over.
Yeah, that's the sign of a united team, isn't it? They know what they need to do. Just puts the pressure on, gets another 3 points. But, they're working hard for the Gordon Schools to see him. McNeil and Butler get through some lots of work. Big tackling efforts from Rollerson and Cohen.
Okay, just have a word with them now if you can, please.
Well, here we go. Big kick right in front of the posts for Harry Millard, vice captain of this Bluecoats team. You can see there in the corner of the pitch on your screen the Continental Tyres flag bellowing in the wind. Difficult conditions, however Millard has nailed it. It's 3 more points to the good for Bluecoats, and they are now leading here at the StoneX Stadium by 10 points to 0 against Gordon School in the Continental Tyres Schools Cup.
Gordons really need to get some points on the board here now. I'd kick it long, just try and force them back, hope for an error. A good defensive effort, they just got to make sure they stay tight, patient, wait for their opportunity.
Well, there's kicking it long and then there's kicking it straight to players like Woolhouse. They won't want to continue doing that from the get-go. Adshed with the most recent carry. And that's a lovely pass out wide to Millard. His wayward offload could be picked up there by his fellow winger, but it's knocked on, unfortunately, by Bajaj. Although a bit of a wayward, risky pass to him out there on the wing, which you really don't want to do in these conditions, Rocky.
No, you could see that sometimes you call those a rib tickler when the ball goes up in the air and you're there, arms stretched up, ready to catch it, and you see somebody flying in. So, yeah, a knock on, unfortunately.
That's the problem.
But certainly good position for Gordons. Now they've really got to try and make this count. Perhaps we might see Norman have a carry.
Bind! Set!
Well, here come Gordons from the base of the scrum. This is a big opportunity for them, and a big carry there by Tamang, the vice captain. One more to beat. Tamang still going. 5 metres out from the line. Tamang!
Lost forward.
He's lost it forward on the line. That is immense defence from the covering Reading Bluecoats players. You can see what it meant to the fans in the stands. Rocky Clark, that's a defining moment in this game.
That was huge, and they needed to get a player to stand up and be counted, and Tamang just goes through, second receiver, powerful runner, steps his opposite numbers, glides through the tackles, and he's just about to score, but that cover defence earns that knock on, and that's some real heart and grit there from Bluecoats. But Gordons, never say never. They've got this opportunity. A huge scrum is needed now. Put the pressure on. Can they get a score before half-time?
Well, the Bluecoats will be on red alert now about the danger that Tamang poses in the centres. And only under some very big pressure there. Right on the dead ball line, charged down by Guy Hempsall. Great to see from the number 9.
Yeah, I love it when 9s put pressures on the kick. Like, you have everybody else in their set positions ready to go up, but they fly. He's just come out, really brave. Almost looks like a karate kick as he puts his leg out to stop it.
Carried back. Oh, sorry. Carried back over by Blue. Charged down, never came back in the field of play.
Well, as you can hear from the explanation by the referee, because Bluecoats carried it back onto their own line and then it was charged down, they've actually gone and won themselves a scrum 5 metres out, Rocky.
Well, I would really like to see Tom Norman come blindside here. He'd have a one-on-one.
Okay, hold the push.
Oh,
he's had to go to the open because Bluecoats had a really good push at the scrum. So now they've got to set themselves here for a forward pick and go. But here he comes again, now the big number 8, Tom Norman. Still, Gordons are held to being 5 metres out. Tamang.
Over.
He's brought down nice and quickly before he can get going, and a penalty conceded by Gordons brings that attack to an end, and the celebrations in the Bluecoats camp are well earned.
That's a real shame for Gordons. They're putting pressure on now. They're in the 22. They just need to, I think they missed an opportunity out on this short side, and they had a couple of players there. Just need to scan a little bit more, see where the space is, because Bluecoats are good in that defensive pressure.
Well, that kick's not made touch, instead it's made the hands of Cameron Watts, and he decided to go one-on-one with Arun Sharma, and that collision sees Bluecoats come out on top after they win the penalty at the ruck.
Seen a few penalties given at the ruck, haven't we? So I just feel that Gordons needs to do a little bit of work on ball presentation, buying themselves time, then in the ruck get that player through first person, just make sure they get rid of anybody who's over that, any threat, blast that player out the way, and then the next person sit on top, and then they can hold on, anchor onto him.
Let's see that big hit once more. Good carry from Cameron Watts, but he ran straight into Arun Sharma, and you've got to say, Rocky, that's a textbook tackle.
Textbook tackle, but also I love the way the jackler was straight on it. He wasn't part of the tackle situation, so he was literally a sitting duck. As soon as he'd been tackled, boom, jackler's over the top.
We've got an advantage here as well for Bluecoats being played by the referee. That's a really good carry there from Henry Crowhurst. Not mentioned his name for a while, but the big inside centre is still going. Great yards made for the Bluecoats. Lovely show and go there onto Wallhouse, the number 7. Has he got another one with him? He hasn't, but great initial work from Finn Briggs to hold that pass. The Bluecoats then lose it forward on the floor. Rocky Clark, a loose head prop with a show and go.
Yeah, he's been going through really well as Briggs, getting through some decent work rate, getting some tips onto his supporting players as well. Really big future has he got, and it's good to see Brown and Wilson get through some work rate as well.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
We've got just over 5 minutes until half-time here at the StoneX Stadium. Gordons will want to get a number on the scoreboard of some description, so there's no surprises there. They want to try and escape from their own half as soon as possible off that scrum, but Bluecoats are pretty much carried nearly all the way back to their 22, and this is a really dangerous position for the Reading lot to attack from.
Back.
Millard, lovely little dink across the pitch. He's found his fullback Michael Evans, and Evans has done really well to tidy that up, but Gordons are straight on them, and Cameron Watts has turned that over at the ruck.
No, that was all back.
But it's been turned over again by the Bluecoats. This is an incredibly feisty encounter at the ruck time, Rocky.
It certainly is. I think both sides have been guilty of being a little bit high and not clearing the threat, so loads of turnovers happened.
No hands,
another strong carry there from Joshua Wilson. Olney over the top. He's seen a lot of space in behind. Is someone chasing onto it? Not well enough to stop Cameron Watts from claiming it for Gordons.
No, 5.
And that's a penalty being given away from Ben Adshed coming around the side of the ruck. The ball was not out, and so Gordons have an easy out.
Seeing some good breakdown work by Charlie Cornell. He's getting through some work for Gordons.
Back on.
Well, Gordons have taken us all by surprise here. They've gone quickly, but they've knocked it on. Millard has possession. Woolhouse has collected the offload. Woolhouse still going strong. They're under 5 metres away from scoring. Lunn now trying to drive through that first tackle, but he's brought down. Briggs. Big carry from the front rower. Reaching for the line.
Short.
Just short. Wilson dives, and Wilson scores, and it's try number 2 for Reading Bluecoats. He's had a blinding game so far, and it's good to see that he's backed that up with a try of his own.
Yeah, Wilson has worked really hard again, really physical at the breakdown, but really clever play there. Strong carry beforehand just to get it up to the line. Again, I think it was his counterpart Briggs who got it up nice and tight, and then it was Wilson who just dots over, sees that space. He's like 2 inches from the line. Really clever. All he's got to do is dive down. I've scored 1 or 2 of those tries before. They've not been quite from the halfway line, but everyone counts. There's still 5 points, so that was exactly what they needed to go into half time with that extra points.
The conversion is also good from Harry Millard. This is fantastic so far from the Bluecoats. They're 15-0 up as we approach half-time here at the StoneX Stadium. And it's fair to say that they are the team on top right now, Rocky.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. Gordon really needed to get some points on the board, and they're playing in the right areas now. I've just got to cut down the error count and keep ball. Yeah. They've got to try and score in these next few minutes.
So, a little score update reminder for you in the Continental Tyres Schools Bowl. It's Reading Bluecoats 17, Gordon School 0.
Outside, hold, now you're good, thank you.
And we're 90 seconds away from half-time here. So, Gordons need to look for some sort of response to what Bluecoats have provided so far. That's a really good counter-ruck once again from the Reading lot. But you've got to stay on your feet.
Gordons need to learn how physical Bluecoats are with their counter-rucking. They've got to get past the ball and then get players strong over the ball. It's a tough day for Hempsall, who's really having to dig away, and he doesn't want his forwards being ploughed back into him. So they've got to make sure coach at half-time be talking about those issues and get a sneaky scoring before half-time, and it looks a hell of a lot better.
Well, let's talk about that message that you would send them into half-time with from a Bluecoats perspective, because you don't want complacency to slip in really, Rocky, do you?
No, exactly, and they have been with a few errors. They've got to work on their breakdown as well. Both teams have got a lot of turnovers, but they've done well. They've kept ball mainly in hand. They've found a few gaps. They're starting to work their tip-ons as well. And it'll be very much keep doing the same, but don't take your foot off the gas.
Well, there's a penalty given away there again by Ben Adshed, the big number 5 for Bluecoats, coming in at the side of that maul and stealing the ball illegally. And really, Rocky, it's the penalty count that's really let Gordons have the field position that they've had, really.
Yeah, they have, and then a massive boot from Will Lawrence, who's got them 7 metres out. You know, as a forward, you're really thankful when you have a good kicker who gets you really close to the try line. If they can keep it tight, try not to break off, as long as they're getting forward momentum in that maul. They've got to make sure that they're in position early on.
5, out you go.
Body height is key.
Well, they're now 5 metres away from scoring, 3 metres away from scoring, 1 metre, they're over the line if they can get it down, and they do! Gordon School, on the stroke of half-time, have finally arrived in this fixture. It's a big moment in the turning point, potentially, of the momentum of this game. And they desperately needed something from this first half, Rocky.
Yeah, that's exactly what you'd want to do. Strong maul, they got in low positions and everybody went together. They were patient, kept it in, and they just went through like a steam train. And that is the foothold they needed. Just great to see them scoring on the stroke of half-time. That'll give them a lifeline.
They've just got to build on this now, haven't they, Gordons? They've got to take the positive energy that they would have gained from that most recent drive and from having 5 points on the board, and they should be able to run with it in that second half, Rocky.
Yeah, important that they try and get their hands on the ball early, and if they can get another score after half-time, then it's all on. But we know how good Bluecoats are, and they'll be looking to amend letting them in.
That's a great kick, but unfortunately it's not quite got the accuracy. So half-time here at the StoneX Stadium, it's Reading Bluecoats 17, Gordon School 5 in the Continental Tyres Schools Bowl final. And after a quick short break, we will be back for the second half. 30 minutes separates these two teams from glory. Well, everyone, here we go. 30 minutes and currently 12 points separating the two teams from finding out who will be victorious in our first game of 4 today at the StoneX Stadium in North London. Rocky Clark, you have decided to rejoin me again for the second half. First of all, thank you very much for doing so. And are you excited to see what will happen next?
I am indeed. Obviously, the Gordon School went in with the momentum and their tails up after scoring a try. So it's important that they get their hands on the ball early doors.
Well, here come the Gordon School now. They made a lot of changes at half-time, a lot of numbers that we've not seen in that first half, most notably Ashwin Oloyas, carrying most recently there for Gordons, and they've turned the ball over at the ruck from Bluecoats as well, so giving the team a taste of their own medicine, really. And here comes Tom Norman, sent flying backwards by Byron Clough. And that's a lovely kick across the field, and it's a bit scrappy on that far side of the pitch, tidied up though by Henry Crowhurst. And Bluecoats might have switched off at half-time, Rocky, by the looks of things.
Just a few errors creeping in. And Gordons have obviously been focusing on counter-rucking, slowing that ball down. We've seen a couple of turnovers already.
Some seriously slow ball here for Bluecoats to work with. Collected nicely by Marco Ferdinando. And he offloaded to Kaosang Sherpa. Both half-time replacements for the Gordon Schools. They've decided now is the time to do it. Charlie Quinnell carrying now for them. Lovely kick in the air by Will Lawrence. We've seen that boot a lot in this game. And he's also won his side a penalty with that kick because Harry Millard was offside. But we're going to take a look at a big collision. Here's a replay of it for you, Rocky. Take a look at this.
That's a huge hit, isn't it?
Byron Crow, take a bow, sir. That is a fantastic tackle on one of the most dangerous men on the field, Tom Norman.
Yeah, I bet Tom's not used to getting a big hit like that, but Crow certainly physical. He's already making an impact. We've seen Malin get the turnover earlier as well. These substitutes are something to be a force to be reckoned with.
Well, and the substitutes are certainly paying their dividends early on because they're already in the Bluecoats corner. Could this be try number 2 within the first few minutes of the second period of play? Well, that will really close the gap. Great take in the air from McNeil. And the maul is started by Gordons. That ball is buried deep in there somewhere. Lund's managed to get his hands on it by the looks of things. Ball is available, so he will play on. Carry forward now by Oshan Gurung. But Bluecoats once again using that counter-ruck to their advantage, and Woolhouse has now got the ball for them, and that is the end of Gordon's dreams of scoring.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong carry by Gurung, and he just needed that support to be there a little bit quicker, to be stronger over the ball. We said it was an area that needed to be tidied up.
Well, that's an awkward bounce to deal with, and that's a great chase from the kick as well. That's been lost in the tackle. Counter-attacking opportunity for Bluecoats, maybe. Woolhouse brought to the floor. And Gordon's once again using a counter-ruck. This is fantastic from either side. Tamang. Gordon's biding their time. Lawrence sends this one out wide. There is space on the wing if they want to use it. Cohen is going into the 22, cutting back in field. Cohen heading for the line. Adam Cohen's going to score. And Gordon's fans are sent delirious in the stands. What a try from the number 7.
Outstanding finish by Adam Cohen. He was out on the wing in the 5-metre line, looked like he was going to get tackled, just went round his first man, cut back in, and then he glided through to the left-hand side of the post. What a threat. We haven't seen much of him in the first half, but what a way to score a try and get his team even closer to the Bluecoats.
He did fantastic there to cut back in field, and with that pace, no one was catching him The extras have been added too, so it's Reading Bluecoats 17, Gordon School 12. We've not even played 5 minutes of this second period, and already the gap has gone from 12 points to 5. And that kickoff has been sent deep into Gordon's territory. Bit of a miss kick as well, but a miscatch really there, Rocky. Juggled, but it is a slippery ball at the moment, and we know this just from seeing the amount of rain that's still coming down.
Yeah, we can forgive them. We always knew there's going to be weather like this. There's going to be handling errors, but it's all right. We come back to a scrum, so everybody loves the scrum, right?
Oh, they're scrumptious, really, Rocky.
They are very scrummy.
And just a gentle reminder for everyone that enjoyed our dad joke just then, there are 4 games that you'll be with us for today. This, of course, the first of many of the Continental Tyres Cup finals. Today, we're starting with the bowl, which, of course, is between Bluecoats and Gordons in front of you now. And then we continue later on today with the Continental Schools Vase, Plate and Cup. So plenty of rugby action for you to enjoy today.
Oh, we've just seen a tackle. So Gordon's get the penalty and a big kick, you'd imagine, coming from Will Lawrence there. Safely into touch, maybe not as far as he'd have liked, but still reliable boot of him.
They're always difficult, those ones from right in the middle of the park, aren't they, Rocky? Because it's whether you risk it and go long, or whether, as you've rightly said, you take it the safe option. But here's a replay of that penalty. There was an up and end tackle on the number 24, Archie Gray. It's good to see that he is straight back up onto his feet, and he is still taking part in this rugby match. And that's an uncontested line out there from Gordons. Bluecoats electing not to put them under any pressure whatsoever, but they certainly will in this defensive effort. Great tackle going in there, and Lawrence is going to have to clear the lines for Gordons. Great clearance kick from Will Lawrence, but some lovely footwork there from Michael Evans, and Evans has brought them right back up to the halfway line. Bluecoats doing amazingly well there. Woolhouse now breaking the defensive line. Millard's kick downfield, he's seen some space too, and there's a chase going in from Sharma. And that's another messy clearance there from Gordons, but it could still work out for them, and unfortunately a knock on there from Michael Evans means that Gordons do indeed get the scrum, and it was the pressure coming in from Ashwan Oliosus.
Yeah, Ashwan has got through some work today here. He was the one who put his teammate Adam Cohen away for the try. He's made a big impact already, bit of a threat.
Well, here's that carry from Michael Evans for the Bluecoats. It's great to see, actually, when fullbacks decide to carry the ball forwards rather than starting a game of kick tennis, Rocky.
Well, it was Furbank-esque, wasn't it, from the weekend, who decided to carry and went right across the field, and it's great to see fullbacks with the ball in hand having a go, getting them up to halfway.
Well, here come Gordons now. Big carry there in the middle by Tamang. He's really fired up since that break he made in the first half, and I'm sure it won't be long before we see him on the scoreboard. Lawrence trying his luck there as well, but not getting quite as lucky as his outside partner. Oh, big chop tackle going in on Quinnell.
Gordons look like they've sorted the breakdown out.
Lawrence again sending a kick downfield. Clearly a big shift in tactics as that one bounces out for Gordons in this second half, Rocky. They want the territory, and I guess when they've got the territory they might get the points with it.
Yeah, exactly. You're waiting for the opposition to make a mistake or to go and get that turnover with a penalty. But we're just seeing Lawrence play really cleverly here, kicking him into the corners, putting the pressure on. Just seeing a new lease of life, aren't we, from Gordons in this second half. Obviously had a really good team chat. And that's it, they've got the turnover, they waited for the error.
That's uncharacteristic of the first half Bluecoats that we saw in this game. In the second half, a few more errors are starting to creep in. We'll take another look at it now. So whilst the initial catch looked clean, it was the exchange from the lifted player to his teammates that forced the knock on, and therefore they have conceded possession too. And here come Gordons now from the scrum. Tamang shut down before he can get going. Lawrence now doesn't look to kick, shimmies inside, really good work there from the inside centre. They've got front foot, quick ball now if they want to use it. Here's Tamang. They're looking to use the width. Oh, they almost got it out to Cohen, but Callum McNeil spilt the ball in the tackle. Really unlucky there from the second rower. He had the right idea.
Yeah, I was so impressed that they were turning. Once they turned the ball over, they were shifting it out to the wing, and the danger man on that wing now is Adam Cohen. So it was the right thing to do. Just execution, as we know, slippy. But we're just watching Lawrence go through. Great step, and he stepped into fly half now, and he's really prospered in the second half. He's brought this team alight.
He's really come into his own, as you say, in this second half, and it's moments like that that suddenly get your team on the front foot and get the momentum and the wind in your sails. Another strong scrum from either side, and here go Bluecoats down the blind side, kick downfield, and they've got a good bit of territory gain there from Benji Long, the scrum half, with a smart idea. Bluecoats adopting the Gordons tactics.
Yeah, Benji Long has been kicking well all day, hasn't he? He's just been turning that defence. He's been delivering fast ball for his backs and getting those forwards working hard.
Interesting thing to note now that's changed from the first half as well, Rocky. Look where James Lunn is. He's standing where Manu Tuolangi would be for England. This is an interesting change of approach from the Bluecoats. So who knows what we could expect from this game as we go on. Lawrence is under some serious pressure though, mine from Will Oakley. Great work there from the back rower.
I need to get Lawrence on his feet to be able to kick this ball out.
Oh, that's excellent from Gordons. They've made it out of their own 22 now. Oshan Gurung again making a really good carry, but a mistake in the midfield. It's plagued them all afternoon, and it's plagued them again now. Gordons lose possession in a really dangerous point of the pitch.
Yeah, they've done so well, and then just to let that go. But it started with a pressure from Reading flying up on Lawrence to stop that kick exit. They've seen he's the danger man now.
Oh, we had a substitution here. Woolhouse has now left the field. He's been a standout in this game for Bluecoats, Rocky. That's a big decision.
That's huge. He's got through so much work. I think he's a contender for player of the match, so surprised that he's come off given that it's still a tight game.
Well, Bluecoats are going down the blind side now with Byron Crowe. He's already made tackles in this game similar to Courtney Laws. I'm sure he's got some carries to back that one up too. I'm keeping my eyes still on James Lunn in the middle of the park here for Bluecoats, because they're slowly making their way across the pitch, and no doubt they'll bring him into the fold very soon. Millard avoids the tackle and decides to go on his own, and Lunn is still standing out there waiting to get his hands on the ball. They opt to go to the blind side now though. Crowe hands it along one more. Oakley is brought down, and Crowe has to reload again. Big carries going in from the Bluecoats, really trying to get the aggression up. That's a fantastic interception from Gurung, but he's lost it forward on the floor, and another knock on into the arms of Quinnell. Frantic stuff, Rocky.
It is. They've also, you can tell they've been doing a little bit of work on ripping the ball out of contact, so especially with these wet conditions, that's not a bad tactic defensively. So when somebody presents the ball to you as they're running for that tackle, one goes low and then one goes on the ball and rips it up towards the sky, and it just means there's a lot of loose balls out there.
Well, it's another big scrum there, And James Lunn has reassumed his position at number 8, and he picked and went to the open, but he's dumped onto his back. No way that Lunn was getting any further up the pitch thanks to Durham. He's going to take a second to get up from that because that was a huge collision.
Yeah, he's a big unit, and Durham just manhandled him. He just picked him up like a doll. Like Durham, fair play, massive hit there. Toby
Shedden was the one trying to get Bluecoats back on the front foot. Millard's chip over the top isn't claimed by anyone, it's still loose. Tamang was the one to tidy things up for Gordons. Now, can they break out of their 22? Great strong carry by McNeil there, second row, getting through some of the hard yards, but there's an overlap, but they've missed it and kicked it. Lawrence's kick only finds the mitts of Michael Evans. Evans is isolated here if Bluecoats aren't careful. And after a messy period of play, it's come out still with the Bluecoats team, but Gordons can't afford to miss those massive overlaps when they come around. Yeah, and you have to be brave in finals like this. You know, you're in your 22, there's a 3-man overlap. Big carry once again from Maffin. That distinctive multicoloured head guard. Lunn didn't knock it on. He'll claim that was a pass that he intended onto his teammate Tooley. Yeah, Tooley did well to help him out there. Tooley, Deacon, Oakley, Crow really getting through some decent work here. Oh, Tooley has really hurt his arm there, so he'll be down for an extended period of time. We won't want to take another look at that. But here's a carry from James Lunn, and eventually dumped onto his back by Oshan Gurung. Tackles like that are really important in the course of the whole game, aren't they? Yeah, it just stops momentum, and you know, for the rest of your team, you look that somebody stepped up, and their talisman of their team has been lifted up and smashed back. It's certainly huge one over for Gurung. Here are the Bluecoats fans on the screen there. You probably don't know that they're out there being beamed to the masses, but they're here today to support their team. And Bluecoats have had an interesting run-in, it must be said, into this final, Rocky, and run-ins like that really shape you on the journey to a cup final. They were originally in the Vase competition, but they lost 17-7 at home, but then they went on a really good run, their biggest win coming in the first round of this bowl competition, where they won 37-0. Quick mention though, as he's leaving the field of play, Oscar Tooley, we wish you all the best. I saw it happen, I know that's going to hurt, but he will recover and he will be back next season for sure. Yeah, we wish him all the best, and he made such an impact, and that's a real shame to see him go off. But he will remember that, and he will talk about that for the next 50 years. Well, now his team have got to go on and try and win the game for him, because he'll be desperate to try and join in those trophy celebrations if indeed they do happen later on. But we are about to get restarted. And we'll reset the scrum because of the wheeling. Huge scrum from Reading there. Loose head prop just getting through some work. Does it fire you up, Rocky, when you lose a teammate like that? They get a big injury, but they've made a big impact, and sometimes you might almost think they will hamper your performance, but does it actually do the opposite? Does it really fire you up? Yeah, it does indeed, and you know, you just seen from that scrum, Briggs and Deacon and Mailing getting through some hard work. You just want to do it for them. You know, there's a lot of emotion in rugby, and when one of your teammates goes off injured, you want to help them out. Tamang once again had a big impact there, carrying heavily off of the scrum, making good meters. Lawrence will clear though for Gordons. He's gone to the side of the pitch where no one's home, and Michael Evans was chasing back frantically, and he's done really well there, the fullback. Thought the loose head prop was going to grab hold of that then. That's another big tackle right in front of the Bluecoats boys. They'll enjoy watching that, and they let their cheers ring out around the StoneX Stadium to go with it. And their side have turned the ball over again at the ruck, Rocky. Gordons just need to try and keep the ball wider, because they're really, really good defensively with their jackling and counter-rucking, so you want less men counter-rucking through in wider channels. Oh, that's a bit of a missed pass. It's gone straight into the hands of Tamang, and you don't want to give this boy an inch, let alone a yard of this StoneX pitch.
And it was Lunn who managed to get fingertips to him, otherwise I think he'd have been gone.
Good carry there from Callum McNeil. Once again, the second row has been a workhorse this afternoon for Gordon School. Lawrence again with a kick downfield, and it's over the head of Sharma. It might almost make it to touch. Cohen has made the chase, he's made the tackle, but Bluecoats could still break away with it here. Toby Shedden carrying really well, supported by Oakley. And here go Bluecoats once again. Another really big, dominant carry for the Bluecoats, but McNeil's in there trying to hold them up. Tackle is called though, so the big second row has to let go. Little chip over the top, it's being chased by Millard. It could bounce for him, but it's scooped up by Lawrence. Rocky, this is looking a little bit scrappy in the last few moments.
It certainly is. Either team are struggling at the breakdown. They're quite narrow in defence. They just need to play that little bit wider. Lawrence opting for that kick exit, kick strategy. It works a couple of times.
Well, here comes Sharma now. He's setting a kick downfield and he's going to chase it too. Will he back it up with a tackle? No. Tom Norman's going to break through for Gordons.
Great run from the captain.
Dominic Mailing and Charlie Quinnell just getting acquainted with each other a bit too friendly.
Gurang again with us. Really strong carries, made such a difference.
And Lawrence with another kick along the floor. Millard has stayed down on this near side to us here in commentary. I think he might have a cramp, but his side will still play on, and they'll break away with Michael Evans. He's got one more pass outside him. Brilliant tackle to stop the Bluecoats just outside the 22, and it's a penalty for holding on the floor. And Millard is definitely down with cramp. Sharma's having to go in to try and support his 13. They can't afford to lose him because he's been a crucial cog in the clockwork machine that is the Bluecoats attack.
He has indeed, but it's so easy to get cramp on pitches like this if you're not used to them, if you're not training on week in, week out. Quite often we see that, so it's not a shock to see him, especially as he's been sprinting around. They just want to try and stretch out his calves. And what we used to do when at England, you used to have to do a shot of pickle juice, swill it round your mouth for a minute and then spit it out. And there's some science to why it works, but it does work. But I'd have horrible breath going into the scrum.
Do you know what, Rocky? I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to try that anytime soon. Millard seems to be up on his feet though again. And Gordons have got a penalty advantage here as well. Callum McNeil took the ball really cleanly for them at the line out, and now this is a big chance for Lawrence to get a big territory gain.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's been kicking well all day.
Well, he's got them well and truly inside the Bluecoats half. They're still a good 35 metres out from scoring. Here's a replay of that line out. You can see the really good take from McNeil, but then the Bluecoats are straight in underneath the second rower whilst the maul is formed, so therefore collapsing.
Yeah, it's all about painting pictures, and that was an easy picture for a referee to see, but they collapsed that maul.
And unfortunately for Gordons, it's another error in the red zone, which means they concede possession. The Gordons pupils in the crowd just in front of their school packing down now. Got a bit of a Viking chant going on there, Rocky. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I love it. They're all going in tune and they're clapping away. Yeah, getting behind their team, really encouraging them.
Love to see it.
Yeah, they've got the day off for lessons as well, so they'll be super happy with that, so they've got to keep...
Tamang's ripped that. Tamang's ripped it in the middle of the field, almost broke through as well. Gurang is there to support, rounding the defence, through Sharma he goes, and he's brought down just inside the Bluecoats 22. They have a penalty as well.
Didn't release on the tackle. Gurang, incredible carry. What a boy.
Rocky Clark, what a game, what a team that they're still able to do this as we count down the minutes to full time. Here goes Gurang through the first tackle, bouldering through the second. He's lost the boot in the process. Goodness knows where that's gone. Tom Norman now. Lawrence gone through his hands, and another knock on for Gordons just as they were knocking on the door of the try line. Rocky Clark, that is gutting.
I really feel for them there. That was such an opportunity. And just look at the strength.
So this is Tamang ripping the ball and breaking through. I thought he could be away there, you know.
Yeah, I did, and I think he's pretty well marked by Lund, to be honest. But Gurang there, he beats 3 players, goes through, and then just no clear release by the defender.
Well, Bluecoats aren't completely out of the water because we've already seen a charge down kick on the try line, resulting in Gordon's favour. But on this occasion, Bluecoats will come away with it. It's fair to say that they're in a bit of safety now, thanks to the work once more of James Lunn. Minard clears that, but it only goes as far as Marco Ferdinando, and he'll show a lovely bit of footwork there. Quinnell charging through. He's had a great game, the loose head.
He's been fantastic, yeah. You know, I've always got appreciation for that front row, and he's certainly got through a lot of work.
It's an interesting kick across the field from Jack Melrose. But good work from the Gordons lot to stop the Bluecoats team from running it out. But again, they've just handed possession straight back. And that clearance kick from Bluecoats is good. It's got them out of the danger zone. They can breathe a little bit, but Gordons are still knocking on the door, Rocky.
Yeah, they're a completely different side, aren't they, to the first 20 minutes. Just in the last 10 minutes of the first half and how they've come out now, they've been really revived by those couple of tries, and they keep knocking at the door. Their danger men are getting the ball. They're just getting caught, but they could well, 3 minutes, do something handy here.
The ball is there for Gordons to use, and they will indeed use it. Lawrence now out the back. They want to spread it wide. Oh, they were looking to get it to Cohen, but instead it's with James Lamb. Lamb back inside is keeping the Bluecoats attack alive. They could go down this wing if they want to all the way. Here goes Crowhurst. Big hand off there from the number 12, but he spilled the ball on the floor. Rocky Clark, what's going on?
Yeah, it was brilliant, like outstanding handoff from Crowhurst. You certainly don't want to be on the end of that, been flying backwards. He's had a solid game, but as he goes through, he's just spilt the ball.
Just even watching that back made me grimace. I would not want to be standing in front of him as the rest of this game goes on. And now the Bluecoats pupils are showing us exactly why they're the better fans here today, Rocky. They must have heard us talking about the Gordons chant because they've got one of their own going. And their team are closing in on a big win.
This is what we love to see, the fans behind their team. Saw it at Twickenham on Saturday. It was absolutely pumping. In the Six Nations when England were victorious over Ireland. Got the fans here really getting behind their team. Last few minutes.
Beautiful spiral bomb from Will Lawrence, and Michael Evans has to send that one straight back. Here come Gordons now. It's a mess in the midfield, so anything can happen, and off goes Tom Norman. Tapper now. Gurang standing in at scrum half. Lawrence now has the ball. McNeil. He's got Cohen with him if he wants to use him. But we have got a head injury, so we do need to stop for that. And it means we'll restart with the Gordon scrum where the referee's currently stood.
Archie Gray's just taken a bit of a knock.
Two immovable forces colliding with each other there, Rocky.
Yeah, he rode the tackle well, really strong carry He had so many the blue coats surrounding him.
Now here's something that you'll be excited to see actually, Rocky. The Gordon's fans probably not so much. Woolhouse has come back on for Reading Bluecoats. That's a big moment, that's a big substitution once again, because he's come on to replace Henry Deacon, who's had to go off, I believe it's for a blood injury.
Yeah, great player to bring back on. The worst thing about is when you get subbed off and you have to go back on, how you stiffen up and cool down. I think probably worse if you're a front row player than an open side flanker, but certainly he will be somebody that is there, is going to make a difference. He's actually packed down in the second row, so he's a very versatile player as well.
Good to have a player that's a Swiss Army knife when it comes to the world of schools rugby. The ball is spilt out there, and Bluecoats are the first ones to react with Benji Long. And they're going to go to the blind side here as well. Lovely bit of offloading there. Nailing now. Starting to charge forward. The clock has gone dead on our screens, but whether it's dead on the referee's watch is another question. Woolhouse now. Woolhouse powering through. Great work from the number 7.
No, lost one.
Bluecoats still going forwards, still driving on. Will Oakley
Just come high. Yeah,
wins his side a penalty.
time, sir. What's the time? 8 high. I've got two just under to go.
We've got just under 2 minutes to go on the referee's watch, so
Out here for
we
13,
will see
13,
that played out. Millard is looking to go for the corner. And Rocky Clark, I'm going to come to you because we've only got a few moments left, but I want to know who your player of the match is as Bluecoats charge into the corner.
It's been really, really tough. There's so many players have stood up, but it's going to be one of the boys from Reading Bluecoats. But it's through the back row, I've been really impressed with Maffin, Woolhouse and Lunn, and I think it's just going to be Lunn that just edges it. His physicality, his presence, he got his team on the front football. He's been a tremendous force, but special mention to Woolhouse as well.
Well, Byron Crowe has gone digging for the ball here at the maul for Bluecoats. The maul is still edging forward, 1 metre out, and over they go! And that's the victory sealed for Reading Bluecoats! Byron Crowe charges over, and the maul has won the game.
That is time as well.
Incredible finish there by Reading Bluecoats, and the big man himself has just carried hard. Byron Crowe has been incredible since he's come on. He's really added another level of physicality.
Just take your time on the kick.
We saw Lunn running wild in the first half, but I think it's been Crowe in the second half, and a nice finish for him to get his try just on the stroke of full time.
And just if you're only tuning in now and think that it hasn't been a close game, I can assure you it has, because this is Bluecoats' first try of the second half. But this will be the cherry on top of the cake. And even though the kick has gone wayward from Millard, they've scored the final try in the game, and that's the final act of the game too. Reading Bluecoats have triumphed 22-12 over close rivals Gordon School. They are the Continental Tyres Schools Bowl champions. Rocky Clark, your thoughts not only on the player of the match, James Lunn, who captained this team, but also the entire Reading Bluecoats side.
Yeah, Reading Bluecoats are a really good team. They've got very physical forwards. They're playing sensibly, lots of threats in the backs, and they just looked like they had the edge, didn't they, from the start? And it was great to see Gordon's come back into it, who certainly changed in that second half, but just a little bit too far lead for them to chase. But what a game, outstanding.
Now let's also give a special mention to that Gordon side as well, because they played incredibly well throughout this match, never gave up, and especially in that second half really took the game to the Bluecoats. You can see them there going through the tunnel, Rocky. the side that have come up second best here in this game. However, their performance was by no means second best because it was still top-notch stuff.
Absolutely, a force to be reckoned with. I think we'll see this school back again. They certainly have got a lot of quality players, and they just need to tighten up on a few errors. But certainly they are a very, very good team, and they can hold their heads high. They've played incredibly well.
Well, in 2021, Reading Bluecoats reached the semi-final of the Vase for the under-18s and the plate of the under-15s. So it's the first time they've had a side come to the final. This makes them the highest achieving school rugby team the school has seen, and they've only gone and won the ultimate prize out of today. They've won that trophy, and how much will that record mean to those individuals on that school team?
It's huge. It's the biggest game of rugby they've played in their life, and they're doing it in the biggest stadium, the biggest stage, and they've done it in front of all their friends and family, and they'll enjoy today. There'll be lots of celebrations, there'll be loads of pictures taken, pat on the backs, and they'll certainly be watching this game, looking back at it and seeing all their highlights.
Well, Rocky Clark, game one is done, but we've got 3 more on the way. How does that make you feel?
Superb. Been tremendous start.
You've been looking forward to this all weekend, I know, even though you've watched probably one of the best England performances for a good couple of years on Saturday. Well, thank you very much for joining us for this first game. It's ended Reading Bluecoats 22, Gordon School 12. Bluecoats are your Continental Tyres Schools Bowls champion. But coming up next, we have the Vase final between Durham School and Beechen Cliff School. So don't go anywhere.
William Wood. Number 7, Tobias Huntley. Number 8, Joseph Swan. Number 9, James Sprinter. Number 10, Oliver Jackson. Number 11, Jackson McCannon. Number 12, Rory Underwood. Number 17, Daniel Hatter. Number 14, Lewis Jackson. And number 15, Caden Beechen. And you'll be the school side. Number 1, Captain Theo. Number 2, Harry Osborne. Number 3, Alexander Johnson. Number 4, Jacob Jackson Wilson. Number 5, Archie Moore. Number 6, Charlie Greeno. Number 7, Thompson Dalton Wells. Number 8, Henry Dewey. Number 9, Arthur Barker. Number 7, Charles Chelsea. Number 11, William Hughes. Number 12, Jack Saunders. Number 13, Jacob Baker. Number 14, Geordie Wells. And number 15, Alfie Walker.
Welcome back to the StoneX Stadium here in North London, the home of Saracens. But today it's home to the Continental Schools Cup finals, and now we have the Continental Tyres Schools Vase final between Durham School and Beechen Cliff School here about to kick off. And of course a special mention to Beechen Cliff, who have made a very long journey, but also to Durham School, who have made an even longer trek to be with us here in North London today. And I'm looking out into that stand, and there are plenty of fans here still to support both sides as they go towards what will be a monumental occasion for both of these sets of pupils. The weather hasn't really improved up here in North London as well. It's still bucketing down with rain, and it's only risen to 11 degrees as well, so it's pretty chilly if you're going to be standing around. So expect lots of running rugby, but also expect a pretty greasy ball. So people are going to need to include short passes and nothing too crazy. And speaking of nothing too crazy, well, actually completely crazy, I've only gone and found Rocky Clark, England World Cup winner, to join me yet again for another match. Rocky, how are you?
I'm very well. I've had a little snack and I'm good to go. I'm delighted to see both the teams looking in full force today. It's going to be a hard game, a physical game, but certainly one we can sit back and relax and enjoy.
Well, before we get started with that game, let me just read you through the team sheets that are going to happen today. So, for Durham School, you've got Rowan Bainbridge, Tom Batsey and Louis Meek lining up in the front row. Oliver Hurst and Isaac Atkinson behind them in the second row. William Wood, Tobias Huntley and Joseph Swan will make up the rest of that back row. Bainbridge is the first co-captain on this team sheet. Spencer Scrimger and Oliver Jackson are the half-back pairing. Declan Buchanan on one wing, Lewis Saxton on the right wing opposite him, and Louis Macquarie and Daniel Cassap are in the centres together. Macquarie the co-captain, Cassap the vice-captain, so plenty of leadership in the middle of that back line. And Caden Peterson is the full-back for Durham School. And lining up for Beechen Cliff in the front row, Theo Lewis Zeidbell is the captain alongside Harry Osborne, Alexander Thompson. Jacob Sanchez Fulton is in the second row with Archie Ball. Charlie Greenhow is with Casper Dalby Walsh and Henry Suey in the back row for Beechen Cliff. Now that half-back pairing is Arthur Barker and Charlie Skelsey. Skelsey the vice-captain of this side alongside Lewis Zeidbell. William Hughes and Hector Dalby Welsh are on either wings, and Zach Saunders and Iago Baker are in the centres together. Alfie Walker is your final man on the team sheet at full-back. Well, as you can see, the brollies are still out. The rain is not letting up at all. Rocky, it almost makes you grateful that this is a plastic pitch in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what, I've played on a few cabbage patches where it has been so awful underfoot. You try and scrum down and you see your studs go 6 inches backwards, and just trying to hold yourself up. So I think the backs will be particularly pleased that they're going to actually get the ball today, and playing on this faster pitch as well. The ball is going to bounce in any direction. It's a fast pitch. It's going to be a bit greasy. There'll be a few errors that will come in here, but certainly one to watch. I think they're going to be zipping the ball wide, getting some big physical carries in and looking at their set piece.
Well, you did enjoy watching their warm-up, didn't you? Because there are a lot of lovely set plays going on around that line-out, and of course we love when a forward pack can work together and create something quite magical out on the StoneX pitch.
Yeah, something quite special about playing at StoneX. I played here for a few years with Saracens and really enjoyed running out, and it is quite a big pitch, as I said, a fast pitch, but certainly there's been a few tries scored in the corners from the forward pack where they've got their momentum and they've got that maul going, and I certainly expect to see that today on a number of occasions.
What's one thing that you need to remember, though, Rocky, when playing on a very damp StoneX pitch? We've just had news through our ears from our lovely director that the game has been delayed. Its kickoff will take place a little bit later than expected. We're already nearly 5 minutes beyond the kickoff time itself. But what's one thing that these players need to remember on a greasy plastic pitch?
Yeah, not to force it, and that you'll skid further than you think, especially with the rain. So you might want to dive for a try, to utilise the speed of the game, because you can still play fast, but you just need to be really accurate with your passes, and don't try and do a miracle offload. Those ones will generally go forward. It's quite windy as well.
Well, here come the teams out in front of us, ready for what is set to be a scintillating final between two absolute forces of schools rugby. Durham School in the navy kit on the left-hand side of your screen, Beechen Cliff in that lovely red and black hooped get-up. Beechen Cliff in the red, of course, have already tasted victory at under-15 level in schools finals. They lifted the under-15 bars in 2018. And the school is known for a lot of sporting success. They've already played in 2 ESFA finals in the last 6 years, which is right up there with some of the top academia in the country. But for now, our attention is on these two schools and a rugby vase to be won. We are underway here at the StoneX in North London. Durham versus Beechen Cliff. Who's going to come out on top? Well, that's a good take already for Beechen Cliff's fly half Charlie Scalzi.
Entry, 3 red straight across.
And that's an early penalty from Beechen Cliff as well. So Durham handed an early get out of jail for free card there.
3 red, entry.
And actually it was really cool to see Durham's Rowan Bainbridge just telling his side to stay calm, Rocky, even though they've just won a penalty within 30 seconds.
Yeah, you don't want to throw too much hype and you're only 30 seconds in, because that could come back and bite you. So you've got just be humble, move on to the next thing, and build the phases.
Blue, just set a gap, guys. Step off. 5 cool, guys. 5 cool.
Well, here come Durham then with the first line out of the game. What have they got in the tank for us?
Maul.
Lovely clean take there for the Durham side, and they get a driving maul set nice and easily. Tom Basti was at the back and made himself available. He was the man that gave the tip on. And out it goes into the Durham line. Here we go, time for some exciting running rugby. Good carry from Daniel Cassatt, the vice-captain of this Durham team.
Tackle's made, it's fine.
And Oliver Jackson had to tidy up quite a messy moment there for Durham, but they've won themselves a penalty at the ruck again. That's a second penalty in quick succession. Rocky, Beechen Cliff need to wipe this off now.
They certainly do. It's habits that they don't want to get into, and in the first few minutes you've got to remember they're painting a picture to the referee, and at the moment they're painting the picture that they're all disciplined, and they won't want that, and I'm sure they're not. They just need to make sure that they can get into the game, stop giving
Smart,
these
guys.
cheap penalties away.
Well, nice again to see that a team in these schools finals are backing their forwards pack from the get-go. They've gone towards the corner. They're about 15 metres out. That's another really clean take at the line out for Durham. They can get the motors purring now as they drive ever closer to that Beechen Cliff 5 metre line.
Penalty advantage, 3 to ground.
And they've got the penalty advantage to go with it too. It might work out for them, but it's been ripped away.
3.
That was a mighty drive, wasn't it, from Durham? Just getting that train going.
Theo.
And that's what you
3
want
very
as a
quick
forward pack.
penalties.
You want to earn that penalty. Easy kick
Just a.
in the corner. Oh, they might go for a tap.
Well, they have indeed, and they've gone quickly here. Beechen Cliff caught completely off guard, and that's a fantastic try for Daniel Cassatt. The number 13 has struck within 3 minutes of this game starting, and Durham have the lead.
Well, fantastic finish by Cassatt there. Really quick thinking, caught him off guard, almost fooled us as well. We thought, oh, he's going to kick to the corner, but then he just really quickly, quick tap, shot back towards the post, and he ended up bowling his opposite man out of the way just to go over. Momentum and pace. And you just saw Beechen Cliff just caught nap him.
Yeah.
Beechen Cliff really needs to get into this game now, but hopefully this will be the wake-up call that they need.
Well, and there's the extra 2 for Durham School, so they have the lead 7-0 within the first 5 minutes. And that'll certainly fill the side with a lot of confidence. The kick went over from Louis Macquarie. And we're just going to take another look at what Daniel Cassatt did, because that is fantastic awareness from the outside centre, and you can see why he's a senior figure in this team.
Knock-on advantage.
A mistake there in the backfield by Durham, shortly after scoring as well, so they won't want to concede too much territory from mistakes to Beechen Cliff, because this is the point where you don't want to concede, isn't it, Rocky?
Exactly right. It was great from Squinger getting that pass across, but just that error, taking their eyes off the ball. Maybe a bit excited because they've scored the try, opportunity to counter-attack.
Okay.
Now the pressure's on. Beechen Cliff really have to have a solid scrum, and we need to see what they can do.
Well, here come
Okay,
Beechen
hold the
Cliff,
push.
really strong sub, and now Suey went to go break down that blind side, but he knocked it on
Steady.
in the first tackle. So attack over, scrum down, Durham ball.
It was a really strong scrum from Beechen Cliff, actually. I was really impressed with them, and did think their big number 8 Suey was going to have a nice little trot through, but it was blindside flanker who put a stop to that. William Wood from Durham got low, forced that knock on.
Crouch.
Let's see what they could do in a defensive scrum.
Bind. Set.
Well, it's another really strong shove from Beechen Cliff, but Durham will break away with it. Great carry from Joseph Swan.
Take him back.
So the ball can't go
they just
out on the
played you
full.
off.
They've taken it back into their own 22, but that's a really smart kick. That's fantastic from Durham School's Oliver Jackson.
That was outstanding. Really
Blue
good
line
kick
shot.
exit. Everybody knew what they were doing. And the pinpoint accuracy to bounce before it went out was superb.
Jet, step off, red. Blue on the line. Step off, red. Blue.
It was straight over
Blue.
the head of Hector Dalby Welsh,
Rowan,
who was
bring
out
you
there
guys
for
up
Beechen
on the
Cliff,
line.
and
Thank
all
you.
he could do was just watch it sail over him. Good take from a fellow Dalby Welsh there at the line out, and that's
forwards,
another
yeah.
mistake in possession
Body's
for
over.
Beechen Cliff, and it's been hacked forward by Cassatt.
Hold
Durham
it,
School
guys.
now inside Beechen Cliff's 22. I think
Hold
it's fair
it,
to say they're
hold
definitely
it.
in the
Hold
heads
it.
of the
Carry on,
nominated
carry
away
on.
side in this fixture. And here comes
It's off the boot. Yeah, happy. Thank you.
Caden Peterson. Here's the fullback's first carry. Lovely footwork from the fullback. Can he keep going? The offload was cleanish, but the referee has deemed that to have gone forward on its way to Cassatt.
They're the moments that you need to not force it. It was a great carry from Caden Peterson. Really
There's Marlon
exciting,
James.
good footwork, got the fend, and just went for that that offload. He wasn't quite in control of it. I don't think that Kassap knew it was coming either, so it's one of those fumbly balls with a defender flying up.
That's great, thank
Probably didn't need to force it that time. Just gives Beechen the opportunity now.
Bind! Set! Okay, hold the push!
That's another big Beechen scrum, and it's with them and the backfield. Can they get it to that far side where Darby Welsh was? Here he goes now. Bouldered into touch by the Durham School defence, but promising signs from Beechen on the attack.
We got a game on our hands here. Really good to see him go down that short side, backing himself. Just need to steer clear of that touchline. Just step off that right foot.
Red, I give you the defensive mark. Just stay on the edge of the white for me, please. Just step off. That's great, thanks. Yeah, you step up, you set that gap.
More clean ball for Durham School, but a missed pass there. Means that instead of handing it off to Louis Macquarie, Durham School concede another scrum right on their 22. Rocky Clark, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, you could see what they were doing. They went off the line out, little short move. Just went through his hands. Again, another great attacking position for Beechen. Strong in the scrum so far. I'd like to see Suey on the ball. Having a little pop down that short side. But we've seen all the backs load up across to the left to the open field, so we're going to assume it's going to go to the backs.
Okay, use it.
And indeed, it does go out into the back line. Beechen looking to use a bit of width. Dalby Welsh carries up through the middle, though. It's been spilled out. Durham School have a chance now with Peterson. If he can break down this wing, what a try it would be. But he is sent packing into touch by Charlie Greenhow, who just had a quick word with the fullback as he sent him off.
Yeah, he was giving him eyes, wasn't he? Like,
blue on the edge of the white there.
What to Charlie getting across there, and I thought, oh, he's going to be out.
Well, here's the missed pass in the middle, or miscommunication. Darby Welsh looking to break through the middle. The offload didn't reach his number 10, Skelsey.
Okay.
And I really thought that Peterson was going to be away here.
Yeah, it's just the fingertips of Green. Hartley comes through and thankfully rescues that potential try.
First big carry from Tui in the middle, but he offloads really nicely to keep Beechen attack alive. Alfie Walker using some fancy feet, the fullback, as well, as we see him introduced for the first time. But Durham School are going to break away with it now. Beechen not securing the ball at the breakdown, and they'll be punished as a result, except for a knock-on from Oliver Jackson. However, there was an offside from Beechen.
Need to listen to the AR, eh?
A let off for Jackson, just took his eye off the ball. That Beechen defence were flying up.
Never onside.
I think they just caught the eye line of Jackson, but he's got a shot now to kick to corner.
Lovely little gain there from the kick of Oliver Jackson.
There's Mark, guys.
And Durham just about halfway between their 10 metre and the 22, Rocky. They could they drive it all the way in? Have you driven it in from that far out before?
I think once or twice, but that was a very long time ago. That's a big ask. First 10 minutes of game, but against a really tiring, weaker team, you might have a shot at it. But I'll be looking to look at a midfield punch and then a quick play out to the wings. We've seen what a danger man Peterson is on the ball. Saxton and Buchanan really hungry to get their hands on it. Such a threat with ball in hand.
Bind! Set!
Beechen right in front of their travelling fans. Tui, nice little offload. Saunders was the man to carry that one up for Beechen towards the halfway line.
Okay, hold in front.
Big kick going in from Skelsey.
Now you're on.
There's a lot of space in behind the Durham School line there. Still going backwards even further now.
Yeah, agreed.
Great charge forward from Dalby Welsh. Peterson's kick is slightly charged down. It's going to fall nicely here for Beechen.
Thank you.
It's still alive. It's still going. William Hughes still gets it, and the offload is good! It's a try out of nowhere for Beechen Cliff, Casper Dalby Welsh. Durham School this time the ones caught napping. Everyone looking at each other as to how to form a defensive line, and Rocky Clark, Beechen Cliff punished them.
Incredible, wasn't it? What a line from Casper Dalby Welsh. He just ran that short line. It was beautiful, like a hot knife through butter. The physicality, the pace that he put on. That's just what you want from Beechen Cliff. And it all comes down from the kick. It was a beautiful kick, and the kick chase. They went and put a lot of pressure on. And it was Peterson who fumbled a bit of a kick, bit of a charge down potentially on it. And it went out wide. Winger gets hands on, and then that lovely little offload line from Casper Dalby Welsh gets over.
And the extra two are good, so we are all level here in North London. It's Durham School 7, Beechen Cliff 7 in the Continental Tyres Schools Vase final. Here's another look at that fantastic try. Just all of a sudden Durham School could not rearrange themselves quickly enough. And as you rightly said, Casper Dalby Welsh punishing them. And Suey with another fantastic offload from one of his carries sees Beechen Cliff on the front foot once more. Thompson.
I'm not convinced I kicked straight to him. It's such a big runner, but he does keep using his short line off Saunders.
Well, Durham School have turned that one over at the ruck. Suey is quite obviously offside. He's a figure that you wouldn't miss in that defensive line. This is good from Durham School. Kasap trying to get the ball out wide.
11.
And Beechen Cliff tried the counter ruck, but the referee told them to leave it. There'll be another advantage here, surely, for not being 10 metres. But the referee was happy with the distance between where the tap penalty was taken and the first tackle. Rocky, what do you think of that, though?
Well, firstly, William Hughes getting through some work. He went through to go and get that counter ruck, then he gets back. And I think they get lucky with the distance that they got back for that quick tap. But the physicality, work rate these boys are getting through, such a joy to watch.
Okay. Crouch! Bind! Oh, gents. No stability there, okay? What we need to do, hookers, left of the mark.
Hughes, of course, with a big offload to his open side flanker, Casper Dalby Welsh.
Stay there. Okay.
He's a real threat with ball in hand, big physical presence on that wing. You want to get in the ball early. You're not too worried if there's too many people in front of him, because he will certainly barge his way through.
I think it's fair to say the Beechen Cliff back row are definitely one to keep your eye on throughout the duration of this game. That's gone over the head of Lewis Saxton, who's got to chase back with his fullback Peterson, but they will watch it all the way to the try line and dot it down for a goal line dropout.
Goal line, guys. Make sure you're all behind.
Well, once upon a time, Rocky, that would have been a 22 dropout, but now it's a goal line dropout. Do you like the rule change?
Yeah, I think I do, actually. Sometimes I do like the new law changes, and sometimes I don't, but that one I particularly do, especially if you're in the team that's about to get the ball back.
Well, it means Beechen Cliff are straight back onto the attack with Iago Baker. There's a great run around to the outside. Suey now cutting back inside through the first line of defenders, but finally brought down. This is great stuff from Beechen Cliff. Lovely offloads there in the middle of the park. Now Alexander Thompson, the latest to carry. Skelsey, where's he going to send this? It's going out wide. Dalby Welsh one-on-one with Daniel Kasap, the try scorer for Durham. More one-off runners. Lewis Zeidbell inching towards the line and scoring! Slipping through the cracks from the little tip-on runs. Beechen Cliff have a second try.
Again, it's the captain who's been really physical, carrying really hard. Lewis Zeidbell running that beautiful line and just kept his legs going. There's a little tip on from his second row, but he just bashes out of the contact. Archie Ball gives him the ball. and he goes through and he gets his team in the lead.
Take the kick, guys.
Been playing well all game, and it's that front row just adding those extra layers.
Thanks, mate.
They've got good structure, haven't they, Beechen Cliff? You can see the setup when they come off the edge, off of the sideline, the touch line. They've already got their forward pod set up, they're back out of the back, so they can hit either option.
The extras on that occasion are missed by Beechen Cliff, but the travelling fans won't mind. They are ahead here at the StoneX, 12-7. They lead Durham School in the Continental Tyres Schools Vase final. Look at those t-shirts, Rocky, up the beach.
Yeah, I think everybody's dreaming of the beach, but maybe different ones. But lovely to see all the supporters in up the beach tops. They'll certainly be happy with that.
I wonder if they remember to bring some for us. Who knows?
Never know.
Just wait. Okay.
Well, Beechen Cliff have had to make a substitution. Gus Marshall is on the pitch for them now already. Introduced slightly earlier than he would have wanted, and that is a knock-on from Joseph Swan of Durham from the kick-off. If he could have knocked it on, Rocky, with one hand, surely he could have caught it with two.
That's a fair point. We generally say that in a line-out. If you get one hand to it, get two hands to it. But, you know, it is greasy out there, and just outstretched arm. Tough one.
Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold blue.
Yeah, watch pick, watch pick.
Okay, hold there. Yeah. Holding front.
It's a good
Midfield's
kick
play, John.
for Beechen Cliff. But what are Durham School going to do with it now? They've got a bit of space in front of them. Fantastic work from Kassab going around all of the defence. Kassab might be going all the way to the corner. Offload back in field. Can only find Beechen Cliff. I believe it was Skelsey that grabbed the ball for the red and blue.
Hold in front.
And that's a clearance kick they've had to make quite hasty. Peterson might have knocked that one on, but it will be let go. Buchanan now carrying. And Beechen Cliff flying up in defence. And putting Durham under some serious pressure, Rocky.
They are. It's really good, relentless pressure. And they're just forcing those errors. They get their reward with the knock-on.
Nerves are starting to kick in now, you might say, because both sides are starting to make some uncharacteristic mistakes. This is the initial run from Daniel Kassab. That try scorer from earlier just gets around pretty much the entirety of the Beechen Cliff team and heads towards the corner with great pace.
Ready?
But Casper Dalby Welsh stopped him in his tracks.
Bind.
Yeah, and it's Greenhouse he got there again. He's the guy on the wing who's helping save these tries. He stopped
hold there, Red.
Peterson earlier. He's getting through some work.
Well, there goes Suey. We thought he might carry that himself. And that's a knock-on from Beechen Cliff. The pass from Skelsey to Hughes wasn't quite as clean as they would have rehearsed.
No hands. Okay, 18, you're good.
And that's another big carry for Durham School. They're going to switch to the open side now. That's smart from the nominated home side. Good offload onto Rowan Bainbridge, one of the co-captains coming forward now for Durham School. Can they get themselves on the front foot? Kick in behind Beechen Cliff. It's been clipped in the air, so that's going to be a Durham School line out. But let's take a look at that really nice offload now from the fly half Jackson, under some serious pressure from Dalby Welsh. He took a big hit in the process, Rocky.
He did, didn't he? But he just made the space for his teammate to go through and carry hard into the thick of the defence. But, you know, sometimes getting that man and ball, just getting that offload away, just creates those dog legs. So you sacrifice yourself for somebody's gain in metres.
Well, Beechen Cliff have disrupted that Durham School maul setup.
He's lost forward, guys.
And they've also knocked the ball on in the process, so Beechen Cliff have won the reset opportunity, and that's a big defensive set from Beechen Cliff.
It is. Their forwards have rolled their sleeves up. They're not afraid to get in dark and dirty and putting the pressure on Durham. Durham need to just look off the ball, just stop forcing things, get it into their danger men's hand, but do it after a couple of phases, not straight away. Allow the space for Petersons, Jacksons, Cassaps to get into those space.
Bind! Set!
Scrummaging has almost looked a bit too easy for Beechen all day. That one a little bit more competitive. Here goes Suey around the outside, through the back line. Suey, lovely offload from the number 8. Suey again joining the attacking effort, securing that ball for Beechen. Dalby Welsh offered himself on a line. It was knocked on though from scrum half Arthur Barker, and that brings the attack to an end. Here's a replay of that Suey run, Rocky.
Yeah, he's a massive carrier. You can see exactly why he's at number 8. Nobody wants to tackle him. And he's also got a lovely offload game as well. So once everyone's drawn into him, he's able to get that offload away because he's such a big guy. People have to go low to get him, so which means his arms are free. And, you know, you want to see him carrying like that all day, especially in horrible weather like this. If you're back, standing 10 metres back and you look up and see him running down your channel, you're getting a bit nervous.
Crouch!
So just seeing some more quick changes by Durham. Get a confirmation on numbers in a moment. But they'll come away with the ball from their scrum now.
He's on.
Good kick down the field into a large pocket of space. And that's a great chase from Macari.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's a mistake now from Spencer Scrimger. Beechen have an opportunity now in broken field, and we know what they can do with that. Greenhow. They had an advantage, but as he called it, Lewis Sidebell dropped the ball.
Yeah.
I think that's the story of both the teams. They do something absolutely brilliant and then they just take their eye off the ball, it seems like, and a lot of handling errors are coming in. Obviously we can forgive them for the handling because of the rain, but ones where you're not looking at catching the ball, they're the ones that are the real killer.
Crouch!
And unfortunately the rain doesn't look like it's going to stop any time soon. It continues to thrash down here at the StoneX Stadium. Here comes Suey once more, opts not to run it himself, and there is some miscommunication in the backfield with players running into each other, but great work from Charlie Skelty to keep that one going, and it might be Welsh. Beechen about 5 metres out from scoring. Here comes Suey, chopped to the floor nice and early by Macari, and a penalty given away from Durham School.
7. They're smart guys.
Tobias Huntley off his feet.
When you're ready.
And Beechen are going to be the ones to tap and go. Dalby Welsh is standing ready to receive it. Well, he switched his side that he's on. Wants the players to come with him. Dalby Welsh on his own. Dalby Welsh for the line. He was over, but he's presented it back for his team now.
No, lost 4.
They've lost it on the floor somehow.
Just leave it.
The number 7 will feel very disappointed that the officials have missed that try, because I could have sworn, Rocky, he went flying over for Beechen.
I just wonder if a player got in between the two. So Strong carried, steps on his left, bounces somebody, goes down. Yeah, it definitely looked like it was a try. He's really hard done by.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of a television match official, but Rocky Clark, you are qualified enough to be one, I'm sure. And that's a clear try, but they've set up a really good driving maul here. Suey has the ball at the back of the maul. Suey dives over. And Henry Suey gets Beechen third of the day. It doesn't matter that Casper Dalby Welsh was denied a score, because Henry Suey has crashed over for one of his own.
Yeah, Suey's been working hard all day and a real threat with ball in hand. He's set up some tries and now he's got his just desserts. He's going over, he's tight in that maul. He doesn't have to break off, but chooses to. Gets a few pictures taken of him as he dives over. and gets his team right up there. 10 points clear at least.
10 points clear, 2 potentially still to come. The gap could be extended to 12 as we approach the half-time break. And really, Rocky, Durham started off the better of the two sides, but Beechen have woken up and really come into a league of their own in this match, you would say.
They have, and we thought that first try might wake them up because we hadn't seen what they could do. But now, when they're keeping ball in hand, I think they're playing more cleverly than Durham. They're doing the right things at the right time. They're not forcing it. I think Durham are just slightly forcing it because there's a little bit of panic. Can they now just keep the ball in hand, let their big carriers get into those harder channels, and then get the ball out wide when it's ready?
Well, Alfie Walker has added the extras from the Henry Suey score, and so Beechen lead by 19 points to 7 against Durham School here at the StoneX Stadium.
Knock on advantage.
Although that's a big miscommunication from Beechen on the restart, and Durham have a big chance now on the stroke of half time, but they're dragged into touch. Knock on advantage though, so Durham keep the ball, Rocky. They've got to do something special here to stay within reach of winning this game.
They do. They need to get the next points on the board, whether it be 3 or a try. They've got to do something special here. But firstly, just keep ball.
Time's off. What's going on? Yeah, okay.
Just seeing a change being made.
Yeah, no worries, thank you.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Arthur Smith-Hayes coming onto the pitch now for Beechen. I think in that miscommunication, Archie Ball has taken quite a big knock, so he's going to need to come off to be assessed by his coaches just to make sure that the second row's all right. It's all about player welfare and safety these days, Rocky, and it's actually really good that that's the focus as well.
Yeah, really impressed by the coaches, getting him off, making sure he's okay. There's nothing you cannot muck around with, heads or anything. The welfare of these players is the utmost importance.
Well, here come Durham School off the back of that line out. Joseph Swan carrying with some real intent here. And a great turnover on the floor by Beechen. Greenhouse somehow taken that one away from the boys in blue, and that's an uncharacteristic error from Henry Suey, who so far has had a brilliant game for the side in red. 20 seconds to half time now. What can Durham do? Well, they went to go down the blind side, but Oliver Jackson knocked that one on. But we'll come back for the initial advantage. But we won't, because that's half time. Rocky Clark, your initial thoughts of that first half of rugby. Who's on top and what do they need to do to keep there?
Well, we saw Durham come out the blocks, didn't we? First 10 minutes, they were all over Beechen. Then Beechen grew into it, built into the game, and then they've looked the better of the two sides. But I wouldn't write off Durham. We've just seen their number 8, Swan, run really hard, getting some good ground. Cassap's gone through a number of times, got a try, gone through, and Peterson, real danger man. They need to get the ball into those guys' hands, and then they'll certainly be fighting for that second half.
Well, we're going to leave you with the highlights of that first half, and we're going to take a quick break, but make sure you join us again for the final 30 minutes of this Continental Tyres Schools Vase final between Durham and Beechen. Welcome back everyone to the StoneX Stadium. We're ready for the second half of rugby here in the Continental Tyres Schools Vase final between Durham and Beechen Cliff. Beechen Cliff currently edging out the scoreboard at the moment, 19-7 they are ahead over Durham School. And Darby Welsh has taken that very cleanly, and Suey now running off of the subsequent line out. Great carry from the number 8. We're going to see plenty of him still in this second half. Good kick down the field though for Beechen Cliff. We've got to get a bit of a game of kick tennis going on here, Rocky. But as I say that, the bounce hasn't worked out for Durham, but it could work out for Beechen Cliff's Thomas Rochester. That was really good from Rochester, and that's a big collision. Bainbridge on Suey, two big ball carriers. It was like watching Godzilla collide with himself. Good take from Alfie Walker there, coming back in field. Beechen Cliff could work this into a bit of space here. They're looking very dangerous now. Great offload to keep the play alive. William Hughes is still going now inside the 22. Suey through the first and nearly the second. Great offload. Darby Welsh getting ever closer. Suey, surely for the line. Henry Suey. Stop just short. Beechen Cliff have a huge overlap if they want to use it, and they will. Zach Saunders slides in for try number 4. Rocky Clark, what a way to begin the second half from Beechen Cliff. That is a brilliant try.
Absolutely outstanding try. Really, really hard running by Suey. He carried twice, got through, got the offloads. Yet again, Greenhoff working hard, getting in those support lines. But I loved how the backs went wide with Skelsey, Saunders, Baker. And I think it was Hughes who just swatted off somebody that went high, and he just carried on running through, kept his arms free. And then it was recycled. Couple of big carries from Suey, and the ball out to Saunders.
Well, the kick on that occasion from Alfie Walker didn't have the accuracy. It certainly had the legs to go through the sticks, but his side is still 24-7 up in this Continental Tyres Schools Vase final. Here's another lovely angle of that try. You can just see they've identified, they've got the overlap, and I genuinely don't think Zach Saunders will score an easier try in his career. Well, and that's a slight error from Beechen Cliff, because they carried that one back into their own 22, and the subsequent kick from Charlie Skelsey has gone out on the full, Rocky. So Durham have been invited directly into the Beechen Cliff 22.
Well, this could be the turning point. They need to really build and get something off here. Obviously a bit of a shock at half-time after Beechen Cliff have come out so hard, but they have the opportunity here. Just got to make it count.
Well, here goes Joseph Swan. Once again, the number 8 trying to use his physicality to get through the Beechen Cliff line, but that Beechen Cliff back row is just as physical as he is. And now they're looking to use a bit of width. Peterson's knocked that on though in the middle for Durham. Beechen Cliff have an advantage, and do they have a counter-attacking opportunity too? Skelsey down the throat of Oliver Jackson, but His opposite number has knocked that one on, so it will be a Beechen Cliff scrum.
Well, that's gutting. Jackson got really low to take that ball and it just slid through his hands, and that's just where the grease of the ball just isn't kind. You've got to have your elbows tight not to let it go through. Try and use your chest a little bit as well as a backup. But another good attacking position from Beechen Cliff. We've seen the danger man, Suey, with his hands on the ball off the base of a scrum. Could we yet see it again?
Well, here come Beechen Cliff off that scrum. Skelsey now looking for the kick in behind along the floor, and there's many Beechen Cliff bodies chasing after it, but eventually the ball beats all of them, and Durham School will have a line out, but 8 metres out from their own line, Rocky.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for Durham. Sitting on their try line, conditions seem to be getting worse. Jerseys are getting heavier, legs are getting more tired. They've got to find somebody who can ignite their team, get them out of trouble.
Well, at least they're not playing in those cotton jerseys like you and I did back in the day. That did add 5 kilos onto your weight.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I was already heavy enough, so an extra 5 wasn't that kind. What a maul, though. This
is brilliant from Durham School. Talk about getting yourself safely away from your own try line. But Beechen Cliff have done well to turn it over. Here comes Greenow, still going for the line. How's he done that?
He has been everywhere today. It's the battle of the back rows. We talked about Suey, but it's this man, Greenhow, who's been working so hard. He's done the unseen bits, and he is just so quick, got ball in hand, lovely finish, physical, a real athlete, really a pleasure to watch.
Very much literally a something from nothing. He collected the ball from a wild rip and he just powered his way forward and eventually collided over the line. Well, there's another 2 points for Beechen Cliff. It takes their total to 31 points. And you could almost say that has put them out of reach, Rocky.
Yeah, that is a tough number to come back from now. Maybe if Durham had scored early on in the second half, but Beechen Cliff have just rolled their sleeves up and they're just going through the phases, and their special men are standing up and being counted.
That was a really good take from Bainbridge, though, at the scrappy restart. And so it could still work out here for Durham to maybe get themselves back on that scoreboard. They've not really threatened that try line for a while. That's a bit of a high challenge.
Yeah, it looked like it was on the shirt, didn't it? On the collar.
Well, we've got a knock-on awarded against Spencer Scrimger as well. So Durham getting really unlucky there, Rocky.
They are, especially when the opposition are counter-rucking. It's a bit messy for all the 9 today, and obviously once you get a counter-ruck and that ball's slippy, if you get taps at all, you're in danger of knocking that ball forward.
Well, there's what we thought was the high tackle, but obviously because they've not made contact physically with any part of the upper body, I guess that's a legal tackle.
I don't think you should be able to pull on somebody's shirt round the neck, round the collar, but you know, it's what referees can't see everything, and it's their judgment call. So, you know, in this game, it wasn't deemed that.
Well, Beechen Cliff have been punished at the kick because they were offside in front of the kicker when it was made. So Durham School handed a lifeline here, Rocky.
Have to make it count. I've seen Cassap, who's been a real live wire. Peterson, got to get their hands on the ball, but first the forwards have got to do something special. Try and get this drive, get going to where they can, try not to pop out of it, and get those all-important points on the board.
This has got to be a score now for Durham School. They can't come away from this field position with yet no more points to their name. It has to be done, and it has to be done now. It's down and the maul can begin. Great initial defence from Beechen, but Durham have done the smart thing and taken the ball to ground, Rocky.
Yeah, the transfer didn't work. He was there waiting for somebody to rip the ball, but unfortunately it didn't work for him, so he just took it in. Right thing to do.
Well, that ball pinged out from the carry by Bainbridge, the co-captain of the side. Here comes Casap again. He's already sniped from close range to Beechen, very aware what he can do.
Okay then, Blue.
Bainbridge is looking like he might carry this. Casap goes on his own. Upended by Dalby Welsh. Durham going to the blind side, out wide but knocked on by Swan.
Lost forwarding touch option.
That's so unlucky from Durham Schools number 8. It was a great idea of the missed pass. I'd love to see that again. Here we go.
Sorry, line out. Line out option taken. Just step off, guys. Line out option taken. Let's go then, Red.
Scrimger with the missed pass, one-on-one knew that his number 8 Swan could probably beat Harry Osborne, the Beechen Hill
let's go
hooker.
Morgan, please.
But it just didn't work out for them.
It didn't, and Scrimger has just been playing really well. His delivery has been on point, and he just needs other people to read it and, you know, watch the ball into the hands.
And Beechen are not exerting too much energy walking that one away from their try line, and that's a good little bit of breathing room that Skelsey's granted his side.
Edge of the white there, Red. Hold there. Blue, just step in. Blue, just step up, guys. That's a big gap.
We can hear the Beechen Hill pupils up in the stands, Rocky. They're definitely making their voices heard.
Go back.
In support of their side. But here come Durham. Really, really strong attack at the moment from the boys in blue. Inside the 22 now they go. Great work from Oliver Jackson. And now the pick and goes begin. You can't do that right in front of Henry Suey, because rightly so, he steals the ball.
Got to release.
However, he didn't release the tackler. But off goes Bainbridge. Lovely offload on.
It's Casap again.
Blindside now. It might be on here. The pass will get to Swan, but it's another knock on in the same part of the pitch. Rocky Clark, what's going on?
Oh, so cruel. Durham are really knocking at the door. Casap getting through so much work. He's playing in the forwards, he's playing in the backs, he is everywhere. Wouldn't be surprised if I saw him throwing in the line out. He is working so hard, getting really good drives every time he carries the ball, but just those extra passes are just going to floor. So, you know, it's tough because if they go tight, they get turned over. If they go wide, they're not necessarily catching the ball. They've got to find that middle ground, and they've got to do something about it now.
Well, there goes Henry Suey. He could run quite a way if he's given the chance to. Saunders inside to Dalby Welsh. Dalby Welsh just sees the space. He's going the long way around the defence, but it might work out because he's got the speed for the corner. Hector Dalby Welsh from one end to the other, and Beechen are running away with it.
Insane triumph for the winger. Hector Dalby Welsh flying down that wing. Superb finish. Backs his pace. He is so fast. Nothing is slowing him down. He can see the try line in his mitts. He goes through little fend. He's got 3 players swarming around him. He just steps around the outside of the fullback. You think they'd be able to get across, but he just outgasses them. Little attempted tackle at the end, but it already over the try line. Brilliant finish.
That is one for an individual highlights reel, Rocky.
Yeah, I'd have loved that. Well, unfortunately, mine are about 3 inches from the try line. But celebrate them all, and that was a superb try.
Well, Durham might be looking at themselves thinking that this game is gone now, but that means at this stage, Rocky, you're playing for pride, aren't you?
You certainly are. You want to try and make the scoreboard look a bit nicer, and you know, to be proud in the way that you finish. They know they've had a middle sort of 30 minutes where they've maybe knocked off a bit.
Yeah,
but can they do anything to make the scoreboard look a bit kinder?
Well, all 40-plus boys and coaches that are involved today should be incredibly proud of how far they've come in this tournament. Not every school gets to come here and play at the StoneX Stadium, the home of Saracens in the PWR and the Premiership.
One, hands in the row.
And that was another messy
Drop your feet,
moment
then you
at
slip.
the ruck, and it's ended up with a penalty given against Theo Lewis-Zidbell, the captain of Beechen, but I'm not sure he's going to mind that too much, Rocky.
No, and I was impressed. You can see how much it means to Beechen. You've got Dan Culvenhouse who's come on, and his line speed is just putting the pressure on. It is relentless for Durham. They are getting red bodies all over them in defence.
We're seeing some more bodies switched around by Durham. They're bringing Oliver Hurst back on, hoping that some rested legs might provide a fresh grunt in attack and defence going forwards. And that throw hasn't worked out for them, so here come Beechen. Good offload. It's now with Henry Suey in the middle of the park. Suey could run it in all the way, but he decides to bring in Saunders. Zach Saunders now going forwards. His offload has gone wayward, and now Lewis Saxton was the man to tidy things up for Durham.
Hold! Now you're good.
Durham clear their lines, and Alfie Walker is quite happy to just let this one roll past him. He's not under any pressure, so he's got some time to weigh up his options. Here he goes. To the outside now. Beechen looking to run this one back from deep, and they just might do that with William Hughes. Hughes has got support with him, and it's none other than Casper Dalby Welsh going for the line, but a huge tackle from Daniel Cassapp to stop the score happening. But his lungs will be burning after that effort.
I love the heart and desire of this guy, just working back, the never give up attitude. You thought the open side flanker was going to go through and score, but just gets the ball punched out of his arms as that tackle comes in, goes round.
Here's my address.
And it's that right hand that just dislodges it just as he's in the act of scoring. That's a killer blow for Dalby Welsh. He'll be gutted, but fair play to Cassapp, who's made a superb tackle.
Bind! Set!
That's a bit of a messy scrum once again, and it's almost worked out for Beechen, because George Bunce was there to grab the loose ball, but the replacement scrum half knocked it on just as he went to get it. So Durham School have another chance, but warning signs, warning bells and alarms ringing in the ears of all the Durham players, Rocky.
Yeah, you're nervous. If your scrum's under that much pressure and you're 5 metres from your try line, you are very nervous. Back row 9 need to be really aware of where that ball is. It might shoot out like it did then, and that could have been another costly try.
But it was another great shove from Beechen. However, there's a penalty awarded against them for not driving straight. So now Durham School can really give themselves some breathing room if they want, and indeed they do.
Good length on that kick. They're outside their 22. They need to try and play some phases, whether they get 3, 4 or 5 phases. They know they can break down this Beechen cliff, but they've got to play it a little bit wider and make sure they don't force that pass, though. Just make sure that it's looked after and that ruck is clean.
Tom Basti has left the pitch now, and we've seen the reintroduction of Tobias Huntley.
9.
And Bainbridge is going to show off his hooker skills here. He's going to throw this one in for Durham.
That's all back.
And you can see how much that greasy ball is playing havoc with Durham School's attacking efforts. Henry Suey and Saunders have worked really well together to wrap up the Durham School attackers and stop them moving forward. Durham can see the knock on. Scrum Beechen.
And that's why you need people running around the outside with towels to draft the ball for the hooker. And for the delivery of the line out, and then for the 9, we saw one of those balls go really low from the 9.
Okay.
It's just a case of that ball is so greasy out there. So tough day for Benji Long.
Yeah, tough day for Spencer Scrimger. Yes, it's not exactly ideal.
Bind. Set. Okay, stop.
But he's just got to pick himself up and keep going. Saunders now at the back to Skelsey again. Skelsey going on his own through a whole miss of defenders there. Here comes Henry Suey, 10 metres out from the line, 5 metres out from the line. Henry Suey! He's scored an absolute worldie.
No double movement.
It's like the human wrecking ball, isn't he? The ultimate wrecking ball. He just goes through so hard to stop. He's a fantastic player.
He's a force of nature in these school cup final days. Just look at the way he powers through the collision every time, constantly pumping and driving those legs. It's something that you really want to instill from a young age, Rocky, because that is a valuable asset going forwards into future rugby.
Exactly, that never give up attitude, and he had his mate by his side as well. Greenhow as well was pulling him along, but it was that attitude to keep his legs driving, to keep pumping through, and got him over the try line again.
Well, there are the extras from Alfie Walker as well. Just a quick mention really to the likes of Bainbridge on that Durham school side. The loose head prop isn't giving up. He's not stopped at all, no matter what the deficit in the scoreboard is. And that is fantastic to see. And it makes me really want him to have something to treasure going back up the road to Durham.
Yeah, Bainbridge has worked really hard, getting around the park. Basti and Meek as well in that front row.
Straight out.
Kicks like that, unfortunately, aren't going to help Durham in that cause.
I guess scrum.
But at the end of the day, we're only human, and that pitch is incredibly difficult to play on when wet, and incredibly difficult to kick a ball when it's that wet as well. So both sides doing extremely well with the conditions. I mean, what's that pitch like to scrummage on in the wet, Rocky, as we see them pack down once more?
Just over.
You know, it's pretty good actually, but if you've got to make sure you've got full studs on. I'm not convinced everybody in that pack has got studs on. I certainly would want front 5 in that to stop the slipping. But you do get a good purchase, but it is a little bit slippy, yeah.
Well, here comes Henry Suey once more going through the middle. Kasap is bringing him down. Darby Welsh knocked on the offload though. He got white line fever probably, because the last time he got an offload like that, he walked in and scored.
Yeah, if you've got any nous about you, you'll just hang off the coattails of the big man. Suey, you just know he's always going to get his hands free for that offload.
6.
Well, we got just under 7 minutes to go now until the end of this game. Rocky Clark, give me some names that are being considered for player of the match in your head right now.
Well, what I've just noticed and I'm loving, we got Lewis Sidebell on at flank here, and so I think he's played a tremendous game. His captain scored a try, getting around, doing all the hard yards. Obviously Suey we've seen going through, carried really well, offloading, great work rate. Greenhow, loads of the names. Well,
Lewis Seibel was the one to help Beechen turn this over, and it could work out for them on the far side, but unfortunately some slippery hands from Zach Saunders means that it's close, but no biscuit for Beechen on that occasion. And what about some Durham school standouts, Rocky? Anyone particular you think should be proud of their display today?
Yeah, I think Kassap can go back and feel very proud of what he's brought to the team. He's been a real threat against Beechen. Peterson's had some good carries, scrimmages, done some good passing. Jackson, Bainbridge I've been really impressed with as well, and Swans has some good carries.
Well, here come Durham out from their own line. Lovely little show and go from Kassap. He could go the length of the field here. He's only got one more left to beat. Going down onto this blindside corner. He needs to have some support now from his fellow Durham players. Penalty conceded by Beechen Hill, going off their feet. Kasap wants to tap and go quickly.
13 off his feet.
I love that attitude, just wants the ball, doesn't he? Every time, give it me, love it.
Goodness me, a few seconds ago we were talking about Beechen Cliff scoring another one from 5 metres out, and now thanks once more to Daniel Kasap, Durham are in the corner in another very threatening position.
He's the real talisman for them, isn't he? He's just his fend, his footwork, his physicality. Brave young man, very, very good.
Ball's behind you. Gents. You stay there, let's stop moving. Thank you. Maul.
Well, here come Durham now. They've set the driving maul, but they've had enough of it. Joseph Swan breaking away now. Kasap has it. He straightens the run, but straight into Henry Suey. That's not exactly where you'd want to straighten any of your runs in this game. Jackson now. Looking to switch up the side of the pitch that Durham are playing on. Good hands from Louis Meek has kept this alive. Oliver Jackson, Bainbridge, hit hard.
Red taking the space.
Very hard by Charlie Greenhow.
Hold there, one.
And now Durham well and truly outside of the Beechen Cliff 22. Kasap went to go and win it, and it's back with Peterson.
We'll come back.
But another wayward offload doesn't work out, but they do have a penalty again, Rocky.
Be really lovely to see him go over.
8's gone 10.
Let's just take a look at that tackle again on Bainbridge. Wow. When Goliath met Goliath.
Okay,
that's what that tackle was.
Steady. Two.
And you can only just about hear the Beechen Cliff fans over the rain hitting against the roof of the stand here in North London, Rocky. This is just relentless weather, isn't it?
Let's go.
It really is, and these guys, they're warm while they're running around, but it's going to get cold pretty quick.
Maul.
Well, Beechen Cliff were able to retain possession
Let him go. Let's go.
in the form of a line out, bundling Swan into touch.
Keep going back.
And now they'll break away with it themselves. Good carry from Harry Osborne. Skelsey tidying that pass up.
Hold 21, you're not on.
And that's a nice deep kick, but what can Durham do with a broken field? Let's see what they've got up their sleeve. Kasap, big handoff, he's got Peterson on his outside, but he doesn't need him. He will now, but the offload is in front of his fellow player.
I think the initial pass should have gone, don't you? And then rather than waiting to get tackled and do the offload, I think a little 2-on-1 would have been the best option. But to be fair, he's been pretty faultless.
Unfortunately, a lot of this game has been a what could have been for Durham. What could have been if that pass would have gone slightly earlier to Caden Peterson. He's had some good runs in this game, the fullback, and he's enjoying stepping into that centre partnership alongside Kasap.
Make sure you're back, Blue.
Well, Beechen Cliff are starting a really good maul drive here, edging ever closer to that halfway line, and they're going to take it into the opposition's half from the maul. The captain just checking in with the referee that everything's okay, and Theo Lewis-Eidbell has got the nod. They are well inside the Durham school half now, and they're still going from the same maul.
Steady, watch that, watch that.
And Lewis-Eidbell has got his mitts
red to ground.
On the oval ball itself. They've finally taken it to ground. Huge meters made. Dalby Welsh, though, knocking it on again. The wet ball really ruining the game, Rocky.
Yeah, we've seen lots of positive things, like a 25-metre maul drive, super. But then just those taking the eyes off the ball, just those errors creeping in. But that was certainly a statement of intent.
Well, here's the captain checking in with the referee. You can see him, he just looked up as if to say, are you sure this is okay? Theo Lewis-Eidbell just making sure they're not doing anything against the rules.
Couldn't believe his luck, could he? Just checking in, and that's a sign, another sign of a good captain.
Early push.
And keep the referee on side.
Durham get a free kick as we enter the final seconds of this game. Scrimger decided to go on his own and go quickly.
Take him to the ground.
But Beechen Cliff are using their physicality once again at the ruck. They've turned that one over, I think. They have indeed. It's the captain, Theo Lewis Seidel. That's time on our clocks. But is it time for the referee? It looks like it is. Beechen Hill send it into touch. The full-time whistle blows, and they have thrashed Durham School 45-7 here in the Continental Tyres Schools Vase final. They are victorious. Huge congratulations to Beechen Cliff School on that resounding victory, but again another huge congratulations to Durham School for even making it possible to get to this point in the season, and for really giving the school itself a season that they should be proud of. Rocky Clark, though, your player of the match, please.
Yeah, there was a number of players that put their hands up, but I think it goes to, again, one of the back rows for Beechen Cliff. But for me, Henry Suey was outstanding. He's my player of the match, but notable mention, Charlie Greenhow. He was everywhere as well.
Everything he touched, it turned to gold, didn't it, Henry Suey? He had a blinding game, not just in attack, but in defence also. And you can see the Beechen Cliff pupils are on the other side of the pitch, waiting to greet their victorious school side. And there is the player of the match on your screen now, Henry Suey. Take a bow. One of the best players out on that pitch today by a long way. And a World Cup winner agrees with me also. But this is a beautiful moment as well that we're about to witness. The clap through the tunnel, Durham School going through Beechen Cliff, clapping them. A great mark of respect really in this beautiful game of rugby, Rocky.
Yeah, I love that. I love that rugby's so inclusive, and you know, you might try and really smash each other in 60, 70 or 80 minutes, whatever game length you're playing, and then after the pitch shake hands and have a laugh or have a chat. And I love that about having that camaraderie with your opposite number. Well, there go Beechen Cliff through the tunnel. The celebrations can well and truly begin. And I would love to know how many songs they plan on getting through on their 129-mile coach trip back home, Rocky Clark. Just look at what it means to that school and to that team. A history of some fantastic rugby names. Not to mention Miles Reed, Tom de Glanville, Orlando Bailey, Billy Burns, Billy Seller, Connor Treacy, all alumni of the Beechen Cliff School rugby programme. And well, Rocky, sum that game up in one word for me. I'd like more, but okay, brilliant.
It was brilliant. Well, thank you all for joining us for this second game of 4 today in the Continental Tyres Schools Cup final here at the StoneX Stadium. We'll be back with the Continental Tyres School plate between Hymers College and Cranleigh School in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Goodbye.
Let me tell you a story about the most recent Test centurion of my mate, Danny Kerr. 100 caps, 14 tries, a few drop goals, 3 Six Nations titles and a bronze medal at the World Cup in France last year. But we all know that's not the full story. Daniel Stewart Kerr, born in Leeds but was always keen for rugby. But was he? Because by all accounts football was his first love, and so was Jamie Vardy. But unlike every other rugby player that could have made it as a footballer, we think our very own DC could have. He made his move to Quins from Leeds at the age of 19, and DC really began writing his own script. In 2008, an England debut in New Zealand. And 16 years on, and still going strong. Always the talisman, the kicks, the flair, and what about that hair? But despite all of this, what makes Danny different from all the rest is his unwildering resilience. If I was to tell you that Danny Kerr against Italy earlier this year played his first Six Nations match for 6 years, you'd be surprised. You'll also be surprised, but not shocked, to know that when Danny looked at his bronze medal that he won out in France in 2023 as to why that meant so much to him. 2011, selected but got injured. 2015, we know how that went down. 2019, surplus to requirements. 4 World Cup cycles later, Danny Kerr plays a major part in England's success. Well, you know what they say, in elite sport, you spend many days in the dark for a few in the light. Danny couldn't have got through all the highs and the lows without his family. Wife, kids, and a son to very proud parents. 100 caps for Danny and a lifetime of memories made. They say fairy tales don't often come true, but they do in the case of care.
Hi, I'm Maggie Alfonsi, former England rugby player and legend. I'm currently here at Eton Manor Rugby Club for the London Empower Her programme, which is all about a partnership between the RFU and the London Mayor's office with regards to trying to help girls between the age of 11 and 18 utilise rugby and learn the skills that will enable them to transfer into their future life. So employability, leadership, basically skills that enable them to be the best version of themselves. So today I'm here working with the ladies doing the rugby, and we're having so much fun in the cold weather. Do you guys play rugby? Have you tried some of it out before? Yeah? And what do you like about it so far? Adrenaline, teamwork, what did you say? Community. These are good words, they're really good words. For me, growing up as a young girl, I was so worried about my body image. You know, I had big arms, I had big legs, and actually I got bullied because of it. But when I found rugby, they were like, wow, you've got big arms, wow, you've got big legs, it's okay. You know, you can utilise that in such a positive way. So for many young girls, the best thing about rugby is no matter what size or shape you are, there's a place for you, and we can celebrate all the things that make you unique.
I like that rugby is like quite a physical sport, and the enthusiasm and like the team spirit, and the fact that when people talk about rugby you can like say like, oh, it's not just a boys sport and it's also a girls sport and we play it.
Yeah! That, okay, right, that's high five. That was good.
Having a woman here, like, you know, someone who's like quite well known and a really good player, it's really nice to have her here, especially as a girl. Like, it's someone to look up to.
I'm just like you. I'm just like you. Started off at school, different background, different environment. I grew up a single parent mum. My mum had no interest in rugby. She now loves it, and she was really supportive of me. So I just want to let you know that I started off just like you, and now my life has completely changed, and now I absolutely love it. The key thing for me is that I want to make sure that you hopefully continue to enjoy it, and I hope to see you all in the future continue with this programme. So thank you everyone, thanks for coming today, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much for loving anything. One, thank you very much. Oh, no! TP, go get that. Double coffees. Oh. I actually don't care because I'm not that tight. Camera pan to the top.
Yeah, being up in York's been good fun. We obviously had an afternoon off this afternoon, so quite a few boys went out and found a few decent coffee spots, and then a few of us headed to York Minster, climbed up to the tower, which was nice. A few good views there. Probably a few too many steps for some of the boys. Stu barely fit up the staircase, so that was quite entertaining. But no, it's been a nice city to walk around, to be fair, and I think it's quite nice that we can bring this up to the north, and obviously we've got the open training session tomorrow, which should be good fun, and I guess we can showcase off some training to some fans who don't necessarily get to see that side of things.
Number 1, Rory Underwood. Number 2,
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the StoneX Stadium and welcome back to this day of Continental Tyres Schools Cup finals. And now we are at the Continental Tyres Schools Plate final between Hymers College and Cranleigh School. The weather still hasn't improved here in North London. It is pouring down like something out of a nursery rhyme. It is quite something to fathom here. It's played havoc with the games that we've had so far. Plenty of knock-ons, but thankfully there's been plenty of very tasty tries still to enjoy. So more of those are sure to follow. Don't you worry. You do not want to miss the next 60 minutes of under-15s finals action. So without further ado, we should take a look at the teams that are going to be participating in this plate final, starting with the nominated home side, Hymers College. So this is the Hymers team led by Steve Walmsley, Oscar Martinson, the vice captain in the front row alongside Radley. Ben Robson also joins them in the front row too. Jeremiah Sayo is in the second row along with Oliver Woodcock, Edward Carlin, Mac Acker and William Westerdale, the other vice captain in number 8 and completing the back row. Max Walker and Hugo Gibbons, the nominated half-back pairing. Charlie Thompson's on one wing, James Falsto's on the other wing, James Thompson, George Doyle in the centres, and the captain at the back of the park, KG Ashalu. And here are your challengers, the Cranleigh boys, the Cranleigh lot led by Rob Hardy. In the front row, Rory Hemming, Nicolaj Fugman and Sam Godber, Sam White, Cam Ramsey and Ben Fortescue, alongside Danny Lewis and Alfie Perrett make up the rest of the forward back, and Alfie is indeed the captain from that number 8 position. Leo Alera and Zach Wood are the half-back pairing. Jamie Schumann on one wing, Sam Youngs on the other. Kai Barker and Luke Wessels are in the centres with each other. Kai Barker is the vice-captain of this side, and Tommy Waits is the number 15 for Cranleigh. Well, let's take a look at that rain still as it lashes down from the heavens. No sign of easing up anytime soon. And, well, another thing that's continuing throughout this day is the fact that Rocky Clark is back for another game of rugby. So not only is the rain staying, Rocky's staying too. How excited are you for this one?
Do you know what? We've seen some fantastic games already. First two have been really physical, and the skill quality that has been out there. I'm delighted to be here, and it doesn't matter if it's rain or sun is shining, either way we're going to see some super rugby today. Still lashing it down though, isn't it? We're lucky we're just under cover, getting a little bit, a few spots on us, but nothing like the poor fans at the front there, the diehards by the side of the pitch.
It's crazy because some people can deal with a pitch that might have been rained on for like an hour, maybe 2 hours a push, but this has been going since about 7 o'clock this morning, Rocky. So we're bound to see, when the ball hits the pitch now, splashes of water coming up with it, surely.
Yeah, and that will affect the flight of the ball as well. And we've talked about it being a hard surface, a fast surface, but certainly with some extra standing water on it, it's draining, but it will make a difference. It will make that ball extra greasy, and we've seen quite a few knock-ons just by the weather conditions really pulling it on the players.
Now talk to me about your own personal experiences before we welcome the teams out. What's it like to play out in the biblical wet rain at the StoneX Stadium?
Well, as a front row forward, I'm pretty happy. It means a lot of extra scrums, means a lot of balls for the forwards, and the backs only want it when it's really, really clean balls. So for me, I absolutely love it, and means I get more touches on the ball, so that's great. But probably you can imagine the backs aren't that happy about it, but hey-ho.
Well, there's a lot of buzz going on around the tunnel in front of us here in commentary, which means that the teams can only be but a few moments away from entering the field of play. The game was supposed to kick off about 1 minute ago. And here they come now. Hymers College and Cranleigh School enter the StoneX Stadium pitch to rapturous applause. These are the two teams fighting it out against each other for the Continental Tyres Schools Plate title. And of course, both sides will be desperate to take back some silverware to their respective institutions and celebrate this victory throughout the remainder of the academic year. Hymers College there in the red and black, getting fired up, getting ready to allow the adrenaline to fuel them and send them towards a potential victory. And Cranleigh are the ones that are standing in the way on the right hand side of the pitch. Here we go. Cranleigh receive the kickoff and we begin.
That line speed from Hymers there absolutely flew up and clattered Cranleigh.
That was good patient work though from Cranleigh so far. It wasn't a knock on, it went backwards, so Cranleigh still have the ball in hand and an opportunity to make something with it. How much longer will they choose to attack out from their own 22 for? Who knows? There's a high tackle that's gone in, so penalty advantage for Cranleigh. It might work out for them here. Lovely little chip through on that far side. The ball is still alive. But we're going to come back for the penalty advantage now. Rocky, how about that for a start?
Well, really impressed with Cranleigh keeping the ball for so many phases. And we saw Hymers come up, they flew up with really good line speed, putting pressure on Cranleigh, and especially in these conditions, that's a clever tactic. But I think just a high tackle, come back for Cranleigh, going to kick to touch. Haven't yet seen Hymers.
Well, Zach Wood sent this one into touch for Cranleigh. And it means that the blue and gold hoops will continue to have the first and only promising attack of the game so far. Here we go. Cranleigh overthrown ever so slightly. So a really difficult one for the forwards to deal with, and now Hymers College have a chance. Let's see what they can do with a little bit of attack now. Good carry there already from Edward Carlin. And that's a nice kick by Hugo Gibbons, bobbling and bouncing along the floor of the StoneX pitch. But that's a really good response from Cranleigh. They've got themselves in a bit of space with Kai Barker. Barker is bundled into touch. And Hymers College are very lucky that KG Ashalau was there to make the tackle.
Lovely little interlink in between the forwards and the backs, just to go down that short side. Barker just gets bundled out, but a great cover tackle from the captain.
Nice easy line out there for Hymers College. I say that, but there was a bit of a miscommunication because everyone just stood and watched the ball float past them. So that'll be the wake-up signal. Keep your eye on the ball, boys. Big tackle going in on James Thompson. That's his introduction into this fixture done. And now they'll try and play out with Oliver Woodcock. Referee was signalling that ball was out. And Gibbons has to try and find touch, but he can't find touch. He instead finds the Cranleigh boys. But they can't go much further with it.
I think that was Sam Young, didn't have much room to go up that touchline. Good take.
8.
He's right on the side, he steps. 2 players come across into touch.
It's always a difficult one to deal with when you're that tight on the touchline. Oh, and that's a lovely little show and go there. I believe from Ben Robson. That was Edward Carlin making that carry down that far side, and all of a sudden Hymers College found themselves in a very threatening attacking position. And Cranleigh have won an advantage from the driving maul. Here they go now in the middle of the park. They've got a slight overlap if they want to get it out quickly enough to use it. They take it to the line now with Wessels. Carried in now by Fortescue. They've really switched up the side of which they're playing on. And we're going to come back for that initial penalty advantage. Rocky, how do you weigh up both these sides after those opening exchanges?
Yeah, not much between them. I think Cranleigh are just on top. They've got a little bit more possession, but certainly Hymers are like the wasps in summer. They certainly won't be going away. They're floating around, waiting for their opportunities. They're physical. I've loved seeing that. Charlie Thompson already making himself come in there and charging that kick down, just putting pressure on, and that's what we want to see. We want to see people really fight for everything that they're going for.
You can see Fortescue was the man in that most recent replay, trying to make a breakthrough for the Cranleigh School side. And now Cranleigh School have got a driving maul going. It's inside the 22 by a considerable distance now, brought down just shy of the 5 metre line. Apparently legally. Sam White desperately trying to see if he can make it through. Lovely pass on to Fugman. A lovely little show and go as well from the Cranleigh boys. They're getting ever closer to scoring, but they've knocked that on. And the referee's going to his pocket here, where we've got the first yellow card of the afternoon. And Oliver Woodcock can't quite believe it. The Hymers College number 5 has been sent off the park.
Well, that's really disappointing for Hymers. Didn't quite see what it was for, maybe pulling down the maul. But that puts a lot of pressure on Hymers. Cranleigh need to execute here, make it count. 15 against 14.
Down. You cannot stand there.
Well, and there goes their line out, and it's down. Cranleigh starting to build towards the try line. Getting ever closer. They're there at the line and they score! Cranleigh School strike first! Great work there from the Cranleigh School pack to drive their way to the line and get that ball down. Fantastic work from the forwards pack.
I think it might have been number 8 who scored, Alfie Perrett, I believe.
He's the man that came up in the bundle of bodies. And Alfie Perrott is the scorer for Cranleigh School.
Yeah, it's just clever play. They obviously had a player gone off. They knew they were strong enough forwards. Kick to the corner again, drive it over. Really simple for Cranleigh. And they've changed that into 7. What a wonderful kick as well. Great by Zach Wood.
Well, that's certainly one way to get yourself onto the score sheet. It was a bundle of bodies at the line, but it was a great score for Alfie Perrott, the captain of this Cranleigh School side. And Cranleigh School firing on all cylinders, it seems, off the back of scoring that try. And Hymers have really got some work to do now, but here comes the captain. Can he distribute play out wide? He can. Doyle still going now. Doyle finally brought to the ground. Both sides bunching up very narrow in attack and defence, and a big hit going in on Oscar Martinson. The loose head will be feeling that in the morning, that's for sure. And that's a slightly loose pass, but it's tidied up nicely by Falstow. And here come Hymers College again. But Cranleigh putting some relenting pressure on them, Rocky.
They are just getting off the line again. It's quite disrupted in a breakdown. They've just given away the penalty. Too eager. Quick tap from Hymers. Oh, it's just been brought back. Ashalau wasn't deemed that he tapped it on his foot.
Let's take a replay of that most recent interaction between the two sides. And you can see there a member of the Cranleigh team never rejoining the rock. And that's a miss kick if I ever did see one, Rocky.
Yeah, he's caught that on the side of his boot. You could see him still swinging his leg. He's thumbs up. He'd be disappointed with that, but he's had a solid game so far. Just needs to make sure the forwards get him some front foot balls, so he's got a little bit of space to put his backs away.
However, well, rest assured, this is the thing that will get him back up again. He still did way better than either of us would do, Rocky. So he's got that going for him.
He has indeed. Mine have gone behind us, and I have done that before playing in a rugby league game, so it was terrible. So,
well, I want to pry into that story a little bit later on. But for now, Hymers College playing out right from the back. Is that knocked on his way? It's been picked up by the captain, Ashalau. He's completely unmarked. If he can break away from the last couple of defenders. He has got some support with him. This is alive for Hymers College. The ball has spilt out. And Cranleigh School have shut that down before it can become any more dangerous. And let's take a look at that Ashalau break, Rocky.
Yeah, he's got real gas. He's gone into that 5 metre line. He uses the handoff, goes through. He's somehow manages to step. He's just trying to get rid of the ball. But real pace going down that left wing. What an absolute speedster. They want to get that man the ball again.
Cranleigh School with another really good driving maul here. It's lost a bit of pace, so it's now out in the back line. But Hymers College was straight over the ball there. I'm surprised he didn't come away with it. Very lucky escape for Cranleigh School, but that's a beautiful crossfield kick by Zach Wood. Gathered even nicer by Schumann, but he's knocked it on whilst trying to gather possession. And here's a little replay of that drop by Schumann. It was a beautifully weighted kick. He just needed to get a hold of it properly.
Yeah, it was almost Finn Russell-esque, wasn't it, to Van der Merwe with that crossfield, that kick pass. And it was so close, just bounced up and went off him. But I'm loving this. Is under 15 rugby, and they've got all the skills. They're not afraid, and I love that about youth rugby. Just let them play, let them have a go, and we are seeing some fantastic rugby in front of us.
Both coaches, both Rob Hardy and Steve Walmsley, should be proud of what they've been able to instill into these boys, because like you just said, Rocky, the quality of rugby, even within the first 15 minutes, has been stellar. And you can see exactly why they're here in these finals now in front of us.
Find 8. Set. Steady. Yes, 9, come on.
That's a big scrum between both sides. Rock solid. Now it's out with the captain, Ashlau, in the backfield. He needs some support because he's got 4 Cranleigh boys around him. Finally, the cavalry does arrive and Hymers College can breathe a sigh of relief. But what a counter ruck from Alfie Perrott. That's the captain leading by example, Rocky.
Yeah, he's so physical, and he just knows enough that 9's about to play the ball away, and as they're not looking, as they're looking for their 10, and then if somebody's got a poor body position on their team, that you can just give them a little nudge and that'll just knock into the 9. Something I pride myself on doing on occasion if you see the opportunity, because let's be honest, I'm nowhere near the ball, so if I can slow the ball down in any way, that's my job, eh?
Fair enough. Well, someone's got to do it, haven't they? It's a very important role.
And that's a role I'm happy to take.
Well, here come Cranleigh School with Perrott once again. He's electrified this attack for Cranleigh. Tommy Waits was carrying that one off the back of the number 8 and captain's big carry. And here they go once more. Lovely passing from the Cranleigh School going into the backfield. Wessels now sends this one out wide to Schumann. Schumann brought down violently into the floor and the ball bobbled out. But luckily White was there to tidy things up. Big carry now from Schumann. And now Cranleigh really knocking on the door of the Hymers College try line. Big tackle there from Hymers College. It's still alive though for Kai Barker. The vice captain's already looked close to going in to score one of his own. And now Fortescue. Sending it on again into that back line. Hand surely no, the step inside from Fuman. Metre short of the line now for Cranleigh. This could be one-off runners for Cranleigh and they've scored! Cranleigh School score yet again with number 3, Sam Godber. What a try for the tight head prop.
Yeah, running really good lines, working hard all day. Just see him running, steps off his right, and then he's like a truck, so hard to stop, and brilliant body position. That, you know, that's something that you want to watch if you're learning how to play rugby. You've got to keep a good body height, and that was exactly what you want to do. Stay low, drive, powerful, big burst from that tight head.
But if you can get that low and stay that low while you drive your legs, you are, as you say, Rocky, impossible to stop from a defensive point of view. And the extras go a little bit wide of the mark there from Zach Wood, but Cranleigh still have a lead of 12 points to 0 against Hymers College. And this is just another replay of the elegant try from the tight head forward.
Can watch them over and over again, to be honest. Love it, and love how they outstretch and score their try. They bump a player off. Always a pleasure to watch.
These under-15 finals really are a pleasure to watch. It's just been fantastic and continues to provide top entertainment for us today. That's a big hit in the middle. Jeremiah Sayo was lining up the Cranleigh School line. And now Ashlow, he is on his own out in that backfield. Lovely little side step from the fullback. Has he got the pace to go around the defence? Ashlow using Magusi, going for the corner, but he stepped into touch. And that's a big late hit coming in on the fullback as well. They know it was a high shot and a late shot from Alfie Perrott, and he does say sorry. And Ashlow isn't hurt, it's more his pride is hurt, because if it wasn't for that wayward foot that just grazed the white line, Rocky Clark, he was going to score.
He was. I can't believe he slipped through two people, and just the pace. Look at his long stride. Gets it. Step on his left, step on his right, step on his left, and he goes round. Tiny little corridor to go through. Gasses a second player, hand off, and goose step just touches, twinkle toes, touches the line.
Well, and here come Cranleigh out from their own line. Parrott brought down before he even hits his second stride. Oh, lovely little show and go there from Zach Wood. But Hymers College have come away with it now. Advantage to Hymers College as well. They're going to continue to go to that blindside channel. Oliver Woodcock thrown into the floor. George Doyle sends it on, going through the line. Ashlow, he's got his winger, Falstow. Falstow coming back in. And the ball has come loose from his grip. But it's a penalty for not rolling away against Cranleigh. Big chance for Hymers College.
Seen Cranleigh offloading the ball, keeping the ball alive, and it was the paw of Thompson, James Thompson, who managed to get that turnover and was able to keep the ball, steal the ball. And then this is a good position for Hymers. They've opted for posts. Just tick that scoreboard over. You want to come away with something.
Well, it's the number 9, Max Walker, who I must commend at the moment because he's been so vocal in this game already for Hymers College. But Rocky, that's exactly what you want from a scrum half. You want someone who knows the game, knows your game plan, and can bark the orders around the park for you.
Exactly, and there was a brilliant scrum half who used to play here, George Rosario, and she used to scream at her forwards, and it would make you work so hard. She'd get every last ounce out of you, and she was the Saracens and England player.
Well, Walker's kick is good, and as you can hear from the noise of the crowd, it's predominantly Hymers College fans, and they are very happy with how their team have managed to get onto the scoreboard. It means it's Hymers College 3, Cranleigh School 12, and we've got just about 10 minutes left to play in this first half. Rocky Clark, it's still anyone's game.
Certainly is. The next points are really important, who gets them, but Hymers should have momentum now as long as they play the phases and get a good exit.
That's Maxi Acker still firing on all cylinders. Coming out deep from the back. Lovely bit of fancy footwork there from Hugo Gibbons. Thought Gibbons was going to give us a bit more than that. I thought he was going to break away.
They're really good, aren't they, against the counter-attack in broken field.
That's a lovely kick from Max Walker. Fooled the touch judge at first because he thought it was going to bounce straight out, but it bounced just shy of the touchline itself.
Yeah, that's the thing with these pitches. The ball can bounce anywhere, and it generally does. So you can be chasing the ball around in circles and it making it look you stupid.
Well, that was a great look at the Hugo Gibbons footwork. That fly half is definitely one to keep your eye on, because you would almost think, Rocky, if there's a sudden dogleg in defence, he's going to see it and he's going to go straight through it.
Absolutely, that's what you want, isn't it, from your fly half, to be a threat with ball in hand as well as distribution and a kicking game.
Well, and here comes a big drive now from Cranleigh School. Fuman is going digging for it. Nicolas Fuman has managed to get that back to his scrum half, and it's been sent into the backfield now. Big carry by Ben Fortesco once more. And now Cranleigh have an overlap if they could get the passes on. Kicking along the floor. Ashlow has that for Hymers College. Has he got the wheels to get around them all? He doesn't. Big moment now for Cranleigh School. Can they steal possession back? And here go Hymers once more. Oscar Martinson, the side's vice-captain, trying to find a way through, but instead finding a defensive wall of Cranleigh schoolboys. But Hymers College give away the penalty, holding on the floor, and the captain Alfie Perrott points for the posts, but they're not going to go for the points, they go for the quick tap and go, inches away from scoring. The reload and the try! And it's that man again, Alfie Perrott getting the score. He is certainly leading his side by example, and he is leading his side to a possible victory.
Quick thinking, quick taps, and that's him going over. He carries first, gets tackled short. I think he almost thinks about going to score at the bottom of the post. Then just that quick dart over. And it all came from one of the Hymers players picking and going on their own. You cannot do that because Cranleigh are there ready to jackal to steal that ball. So you must get in your numbers.
And the extras are added nicely by Zach Wood. So that's 2 more points to the good. Cranleigh School are 19-3 up here at the StoneX Stadium. It's a 16-point deficit between the two sides. Here's another great look at that try. They were so close to scoring, and then all the number 8 had to do was just dive low and dive hard, and there was no way anyone was going to stop him. And Ashlar wasn't given a chance to return that because the ball bounced away from him and bounced into touch.
Great return from Cranleigh, getting the bounce, getting them good field position.
It's still one of these games that could go anywhere, Rocky. We've seen how second half performances vary to first half performances, not just today at these schools finals, but also just in general throughout the Six Nations and the very top of the game.
Yeah, and they're the best games, aren't they, where they're competitive. You don't know who's going to win. It could go either way. We've seen that with so many games during the Six Nations. I think it's been one of the best Six Nations. And seeing that England result to put the cat amongst the pigeons was a great result.
Well, Hymers College look to begin an attack with Maxi Acker right in front of the Hymers College fans. However, they were shoved out into touch by Cranleigh School. But just look at that. It's great to see so many people make the effort to be here today. Parents, friends, families, fellow pupils of schools to cheer all the boys competing today on. Well, Cranleigh can't walk that maul forward any further, so they're going to send this out into the back. Here we go with Perrott. Lovely hands from the number 8. One more pass surely should see Gus Kilpatrick in a bit of space. Good work from the Cranleigh schoolboy on the floor to get that ball back. Lovely tip on from Zach Wood to Kai Barker. Barker still going forwards. Cranleigh School edging ever closer to the try line, ever closer to another score in this game. It's slow ball, but that doesn't matter because look how close they are to scoring as well. Hymers College throwing everything at this defensive effort. It's out in the backs and it's over the line! Kai Barker gets the score and gets Cranleigh School another try to celebrate. And he silences any cheers that might have been coming from the Hymers College pupils.
The Superman in the midfield just running again that hard line. He's been carrying really well, threatening hard, but that hard line out to in. Bounces through 2 players. Momentum and speed get him over the line. And it's up to his teammate Zach Wood where he can add the extras. So he just lines up for his kick.
Two more points for Cranleigh School and 2 more points for Zach Wood. That means that the score in this plate final is Cranleigh School 24, Hymers College 3. 26, sorry, with that conversion. And there a reminder of Kai Barker's try. And there he is on your screen now. A player that's certainly fired up for the remainder of this fixture, as well as the entire Cranleigh school team. Fuman, another big carry from the hooker. Wood sends that on into the backfield. Here we go. This is dangerous now from Cranleigh School. Great work from Luke Wessels. He's in some space. He had support with him. The offload should have gone earlier. But it's still alive for Cranleigh School. Here they go. Hemming makes the hard yards. Show and go from Zach Wood. Really good initiative from the fly half. Thought he saw a half gap there to exploit. Good hands once more. The overlap might work out for Kilpatrick. He's heading for the corner, but he's dragged into touch just in the nick of time by Edward Carlin. And without that intervention, you surely could have said that Gus Kilpatrick was getting on the scoreboard.
Certainly looked like it was going to. It's just the beaten round his opposite man, and just the flanker that comes round and manages to drag him into touch. That's twice we've seen Edward Carlin get physical, throw players around. So obviously a force to be reckoned with. Be good to see him with ball in hand with a bit of a run up.
Well, this is not a fun position to find yourself in if you're a Hymers College player. You're 5 metres out from your own line, and you're under threat from a very physical presence in Alfie Perrott, who's already starting to dig his way through the middle of the maul. I think he might have his hands on that ball, but somehow Hymers College have secured it. And that's a good clearance kick from Hugo Gibbons, but it doesn't matter because Cranleigh School gave away the penalty. And now as we count down into the final minute, Rocky Clark, what exactly does the message need to be to Hymers College at half-time to get themselves back into this fixture?
Yeah, play in the right areas, don't cough up cheap ball, and play with a bit of tempo. They're getting most of their success against broken defences, like the captain going through Ashalau, etc., Thompson, Gibbons. Get those defenders split and then you've got a chance, but you can't do that if you play slow. If you go into an arm wrestle with them, I think they're probably slightly more physical, but if you play them quick, then you'll catch weak shoulders.
We're just taking a moment here. Obviously, we mentioned earlier the emphasis is on player welfare and safety, so coach having a word with a player they've got a bit of concern for. No doubt they'll continue to check on him throughout the fixture. And now Rizvi will get us restarted again with a throw-in. Safe ball for Hymers College, and a big hand-off going in from Carlin as he takes it forward. Well, now it's Max Walker under some serious pressure, the scrum half, and Martinson had to step in to the number 9's position. And a mistake from Hymers College won't matter because that will bring us to half-time. Rocky Clark, it's been an interesting half of rugby, but I think it's fair to say Cranleigh School are the school on top.
They certainly are, and they've got to just do the same when they come out again. They've played some really nice phases. They've got a couple of layers of attack, they're getting it wide, they're going through the offloading game, they're shifting the point of attack, and that's a really hard place to defend.
Well, don't go anywhere because after this very short break, we'll be back for 30 more minutes of intense rugby action between these two under-15 school sides. So for now, enjoy the highlights and we'll be back with you again soon. Here we go then. The second half about to start. And Cranleigh School are the ones who are ahead by a considerable distance. But Hymers College are certainly not dead and buried just yet. There's an advantage and a knock-on awarded to Cranleigh School. Hymers College not dealing with that kick-off well, and this latest scrum gives me a chance to bring in my own personal scrum expert. Rocky Clark, you're back for another half of rugby.
I am indeed. We were just talking about how heavy this rain is, and those poor lads standing out on pitch, and the heavens seem to really open up at half-time, and they're doing their half-time chat, so they're sodden through. But you know, there's a scintillating half of rugby going on here. Cranleigh have got the upper hand. Well, Cranleigh have got the upper hand, but will they be able to keep it going forwards? And that's an interception from Hymers' Maxi Acker. The open side flanker was almost away from that Cranleigh line. But now Hymers College need to capitalise on this moment, on this momentum they've suddenly been gifted right at the beginning of the second half. They wanted to get the pass away to their captain Ashlow, but instead there was a high challenge that went in on James Thompson. It's got to be make sure, try and get some decent distance on this kick to touch. He's spiralled it, he's done all right, probably 15-metre gain. It's a difficult one from so close to the middle of the park. I'm looking out into that crowd to see where the Hymers College fans have gone, because it's looking a bit sparser compared to that first period. And I'm sure they'll be back very soon to cheer on their school, because in games like this where you are trailing, Rocky, the crowd can really give you the lift that you need to get over the line. Yeah, rugby's an emotional game, and if you have that little extra drive, little extra 1%, it makes a difference. And knowing that you got people on your side shouting your name, come a long way to see you play. You know, you want to do your best. Another little miss pass there, but it's gathered up nicely by Westerdale for Hymers College. Lovely bit of show and go footwork from a Woodcock, and that was almost intercepted by Cranleigh, so here goes Thompson. Lots of missed passes going on at the moment. Hymers College need to clear these as quickly as possible, because that's not how you're going to win a game of rugby. Big hit going in from Alfie Perrott. You do not want to run into that man. Good kick though downfield by Gibbons. It bounced awkwardly for Waits, but he's able to deal with that well and pass it on to Schumann. Schumann sniping through the middle really nicely for Cranleigh there. And that kick from Zackwood went straight into the arms of the Hymers College players. And eventually it means that Hymers College win a penalty from the subsequent Rocky. Or Rucky, I guess we could call you. Very good. It's been a scrappy start from either side. Nothing too clean to talk about, but I'll come to you in a second about that, because Hymers College might break away here. Last-ditch tackles going in to save the day. It's just backing up my point, Rocky. What a scrappy start in this second half. Yeah, you got people running lines, but it's just maybe the pass is a bit delayed. The breakdown, look, we're just seeing counter-ruck again by Perrott, just really disrupting Hymers' breakdown and slowing the ball down. And Ashlow lost that ball on the floor, but due to an illegal action by a Cranleigh School player, so the referee sends the Cranleigh School boys packing. And now it's Gibbons' turn once more to see if he can make good ground for touch. That's another sliced kick. It looks like he connected with his ankle on the ball rather than his boot, Rocky. Okay, yeah, it's not quite my forte, but I have kicked a few a few balls, but certainly something that has been more of a, you know, throw and whack as hard as I can sort of thing. No technique to it, but yeah, he just caught that one.
Just boot it and hope for the best. That's a good philosophy to have, I guess.
Thank you.
Well, good work from Hymers College there. Tried a bit of a trick play to get some momentum. Walker again feeding Woodcock, who's been carrying like a machine in this game, the second row. And they've got another advantage here, Hymers College, so they can use it if they wish to. Use those hands, get it out wide. There is some space and they've identified it. Ashlow cuts back in field though. He's got some fancy feet. And he's got his side on the front foot. There's a gap here if they want to exploit it. Here they go. Carlin brought down. Walker under some serious pressure, but he feeds it straight into the arms of the Cranleigh schoolboys. And Hymers College look to build again once more, almost through the gap. Was Westerdale, but definitely through the gap. It's Bayram! Bayram! 5 metres out! Surely for the line! He's short. He has to be released. Hymers are so close to scoring now. And they do! It's Ben Robson, the number 3 for Hymers College. And look at what it means to the tight head.
Great try, he scored, he's gone over, got his team back into the game. Shows what it means to him. So just short. Then he picks to the right, goes low, really hard to stop. We need to talk about him trying to punch the ball afterwards and missing. Got to work on that. But what a time to score a try.
I'm not sure his celebrations are well rehearsed. I'm not sure most front row forwards spend their time celebrating rehearsing celebrations. So I'm sure we can let him off, Rocky, in hindsight.
Yeah, I've seen an awkward one from Maggie, actually, a Saracens player and well-known pundit and World Cup winner, one of my teammates. She kicked the ball, but she missed it after scoring a try. It was so awkward, so at least it wasn't that.
Well, Max Walker's added the extras for Hymers College. He sends his side closer to the Cranleigh schoolboys, who are currently still 16 points up, but we still have about 20 minutes left. Here's the celebration. And there's a spectacular miss of the ball.
Yeah, at least he contacts it, but yeah, it's pretty woeful. I'm sure the boys will take the mickey.
And Cranleigh School have stolen that ball from the kickoff. Here they go now, down that far side with Alfie Perrott, their captain. And now carrying once again with Fortescue. Perrott powering through, thought he saw a gap. Harsh on the Hymers College players that were over the top of him trying to win the ball. Hymers College all over Cranleigh at the moment at the ruck. Well, there goes Oscar Martinson on another big carry. Advantage now for Cranleigh School. So, are they going to run a special move and treat us to something? Well, it looks like they might just do that. But they lose the advantage, so they've got to go back for the penalty. And it will go quickly, passed on to the captain, Alfie Perrott, who's upended. But statement of intent from Cranleigh, the forward pick and go seems to work, so there goes Martinson. Oh, sorry, Rory Hemming, I should say. Going forwards with the ball and now reaching and nearly scoring with Sam White. And Hymers College stole that ball and stole the dreams of the Cranleigh schoolboys from really burying this game.
That was a really important intervention from Hymers, wasn't it? We got Elston, Bayram just working really hard, and Rudd, who was there over the ball, he's in trying to jackal the whole time. He's slowing down Cranleigh's ball.
Well, we've got a bit of extended time with no rugby action as a player is down receiving a little bit of treatment. So it gives us some time to think about stuff that we might have enjoyed today, Rocky Clark. Can you give me one of your favourite moments from today so far?
I have to say...
And you can't say lunch before you go there, because I was going to take that one.
Lunch is a great shout, but certainly the quality of the plays coming in, and I'm just enjoying the skill set that the boys are bringing. Like we talked earlier about the kick pass, the going for the 50-22, some of these trick play and the line outs. Like, I've been really, really impressed. So, yeah, I think the future is very, very bright for English rugby. The lads coming through here have really impressed me.
I was joking, don't worry. My favourite part of the day hasn't been lunch. It has really been some of these tries, especially seeing length of the field tries from the likes of Dow Welsh in previous games, and also Henry Suey as well has been a standout really in my eyes today. That's a name to keep in mind for the future.
Yes, I think we will definitely see a lot more of him, especially if he keeps growing the way he is. At 18, he is going to be an absolute scary monster. But yeah, some of these lads, very, very talented.
Who knows, maybe Bath Rugby have found a new future number 8 to use, and indeed England too. Right, here we go. Cranleigh College fighting back now with Kai Barker, marching them into the 22. This is the start of another really promising attack from them. Human. Sending it out into the back line now. Big carry forwards from Rory Hemming, but that's spilt by the loose head prop. And so Hymers College get the scrum.
Some nice passages of play, but just final execution from Cranleigh. They're doing the right things at the right time, then just losing the ball. You've really got to get, even though the rain has subsided somewhat, the ball is still so greasy.
I don't know if the rain's really subsided. It still looks like someone forgot to turn off a shower.
Well, maybe it's my eyesight. I think my glasses I need some little windscreen wipers, to be honest. But it certainly looks less bucketing it down than it was.
Well, here come Hymers College out from the back, and that's another big tackle going in on James Thompson. Needs to say he's definitely going to want an ice bath after that. And they're throwing some 7 styles offloads around at the moment, Hymers College, but now a bit of individual brilliance is helping them make good ground, and that's Oliver Woodcock once again. The second row is everywhere, Rocky.
Outrageous footwork from the second row, very impressive. Be careful, you're going the backs, mate.
That's a late charge through as well from Hymers Theo Bayram, collecting with Cranleigh School's Tommy Waits, so he's just got to be a bit careful he doesn't do that again. But his side do win themselves a penalty. But let's take a look at the footwork of the second row, Rocky. You love seeing stuff like this.
I have got a lot of time for this. Footwork into out off his left to his right, then skirts back but just into the line. The open side flanker, Danny Lewis, who's been everywhere, makes a chop tackle on him.
Hugo Gibbons is just limping a little bit. He might have taken a slight knock or a scuff on his legs. And when it's cold like this, Rocky, they just sting that little bit more.
I was just thinking that. I haven't played in a few weeks, and I'm not missing being out there currently, getting the feet stood on, because everything kills. Sometimes you think you like lost a toe and an Ophi second row stands on your feet.
I know exactly what you mean. You sometimes don't see those size 14 feet coming until they connect with your little toe.
And they wear it like nail polish.
Here we go then. Hymers College attacking out from inside their own half. This is really good work from the college if they can get it out wide. Oh, lovely little bit of exchanging hands. A 1-2 there between James Thompson and James Falstow. James squared, I guess we should call them, working well in the midfield for the red and black. And that's a nice carry from Ben Robson. However, holding on the floor from the tight head, under pressure from Alfie Perrett, the captain of the Cranleigh team, sees Cranleigh win the penalty. We're just showing this again because we know how much you love it, Rocky.
I've got a lot of time for that. That has to be on his highlights reel.
But here's a look at the James squared passing. Just look at this. To you, to me, lovely. Getting around the defence.
Yeah, really nice, lovely. They are much better when they're playing fast. They got high tempo, they're catching Cranleigh on the back foot. When they slow it down, you know, you get massive players like Perrett, Lucy, Lewis, White, Ramsey, all over them.
And Cranleigh set up another driving ball. It was Sam White that's gone in to claim the ball first, but it should be back with Human. The hooker has got his hands on it now, he does. But it's not going anywhere, so good defence from Hymers College. And there might be some space here for Cranleigh School to exploit, and indeed they do! And sliding in is Luke Wessels for the score! Cranleigh School much further into the lead thanks to the brilliant run of the outside centre.
Perfectly executed. He was just like a dart coming through there. They played the ball out the back of the two forwards running off of the 10, and there he just popped out of nowhere. So got that little pump, and then he just goes through. Lovely slight out to in, but I think it looked like the 10 had wound up like it was going to go wide. Zach Wood was going to go wide, and then he just had that little hard run from his outside centre. Wessels go straight over. Super try, fantastic pace.
And for any other under 15s that might be watching this game, Rocky, in hopes of trying to improve themselves, obviously going forward, the brilliance of that run was actually that he didn't target a specific man, he targeted the gap in between the two defenders, and that is something that you want to definitely instill from a young age, really, isn't it?
Yes, you do. It's probably not my point of excellence. I love running at things, but yeah, running at gaps is a really good idea in rugby. You know, the old analogy, makes you run at the branches, not at the tree, and he certainly did that.
Well, there was another successful conversion for Cranleigh School. And they really have extended their lead over Hymers College to as far as they can get it for the time being. 31-10 they lead now in this Continental Tyres Schools Plate final. Oh, and that's a lovely run there from Theo Bayram. Bayram's already had another good run in this game. He can't get as far as the last one, but he's certainly got Hymers College on the front foot. They go to the blind side now with Walker. Shows and goes from the base of the ruck. And now Bayram sniping away again. Hymers College are inching ever closer to a score in this game. Inches shy of the line. Pick and go. It's pinged up, but it's still alive. It might work out for Bayram if he can get the hands free. Here they go again. Martinson down. 2 metres out now. Hymers College stand. Carlin again, cutting inside. This is intense stuff from Hymers College, and it's pinged up into the air. Cranleigh might be able to stop the attack.
Woodcock again, but rather than stepping, he's got leg drive going through.
And Cranleigh have stolen that ball in defence, but it is a penalty for Hymers College. And there's another card in this game. Oh, I thought there was going to be another card in this game. The referee went to his pocket and then all of a sudden had a second thought about it. Goodness me. So offside means that Hymers College have a chance now. They've called for a scrum. Rocky, is that the right decision?
It's a brave call. Now, backs would argue, yes, call a scrum, and there's a lot more space for the back, so a lot less defenders, so get the forwards out of the way, chuck them in the scrum. But for me, I'm quite a fan of an old school quick tap penalty, you know, penalty move, or the old school wall. But they're going for it, they've got to back into it. See how they go.
Here you go, Hymers College. You can hear the fans getting behind them, and going towards the line is Carlin. Carlin unopposed, and he's going over. Held up by the Cranleigh schoolboys. You could not write this Just when Carlin thought he was getting through for a score of his own, somehow, someone got under him.
Carlin with a great carry off of that, and he just got held up by Zach Wood. He just managed to get himself underneath.
Good hands from Edward Carlin to get the offload away in the middle of the tackle. But that's been lost forward by Hymers College. Cranleigh have a chance now to get a counter-attack on if they want to do so. Into the final 10 minutes of the game we go. And 21 points separating the two sides. Lovely footwork from Maxi Acker. And Hymers doing really well to stop Cranleigh School from turning that over at the ruck, because the counter looked like it was on there for a second. Oh, good footwork there from George Doyle to avoid the tackle. And he switched the side of play completely. Finally brought down by Alfie Perrott. But it's another penalty, and a yellow has been shown to the captain. So Alfie Perrott is leaving the field of play. Cranleigh School down to 14 in the most important part of the game, Rocky.
Yeah, it's not ideal to lose your captain, but he's done so much around the game. He's somebody that definitely plays on the edge, but most of the way he gets away with it. But he has been a phenomenal player, really physical, got his team front foot ball, jackled really well. A physical presence, demands the ball. He'll be disappointed with the yellow card, but his team are 31-10 up. He's probably going to be safe.
Referee just not quite happy enough with the picture that he was shown by either school there at the initial setup for the line out, but we will get going again. And Hymers have got a good maul set up, but they're breaking away with it. They've gone nice and early here, and that was Westerdale carrying for Hymers. Now stepping on the inside is Hugo Gibbons. Walker sends it out into the back line. What can they do? Lovely turn from James Thompson. Great work from the inside centre. Switching up the field of play is Walker, and he handed that one off to Martinson. Good step inside and carry from the tight head, Ben Robson. And Walker's distribution again. Gibbons passes it on one more to the rest of his back line. They can't run backwards here, Hymers. They need to run forwards, and unfortunately George Doyle might have lost a little bit of ground, but he's made up for it. Big carry again from Martinson. Walker now handing it on. Big run there by Westerdale. Really good work from the number 8 to run that line. It was so needed to inject a bit of pace into this Hymers College attack, but that was a wayward pass from Theo Bayram. And Hymers College are going through the phases. Fantastic to see the ball in play and alive for this long for one attack. More big carries thanks to Charles Rudd. More good hands from Hymers College. Means that the hope lives on. Something could happen still, but no. Penalty, holding on the floor. Cranleigh's defence wins once more.
They've done well. They've been patient. They've waited. Some good attack from Hymers, but they just need to penetrate a little bit more. They're a little bit static when they've got the ball. I'd like to see them with a little bit more pace onto it, because they're just hard to stop when they're playing against that disrupted defence.
We've got a Cranleigh player down, injured, so they're just receiving a little bit of treatment. Apparently we've got a minute and a half on the sin bin left as well. So in just under 2 minutes, Cranleigh will be restored to a full plethora of 15 players to use.
We've got hordes of supporters coming in. I think this is going to get pretty lively in here for this last bit and for the next game.
Well, that next game coming up is a mighty tasty one. The Continental Tyres Schools Under 15 Cup between Northampton School for Boys and Radley College. So you'd imagine that is the army from one of those schools that has arrived to give them their support, and for now we will enjoy it, and both Hymers College and Cranleigh School will enjoy it also. And with the minutes ticking down, Rocky, I need some nominations for player of the match. Who has stood out for you and put their hand up?
Yeah, a number of the boys have. I've been really impressed with Fugman and Alfie Perrett, Zach Wood, Luke Wessels. Like, lots of them have been working really hard. But Ollie Woodcock as well, Maxie Archer. Quite a few names. I'm undecided yet.
Well, you've got a little bit of time still to make a final decision. And Cranleigh have marched that one inside Hymers College, 22. They've done really well there. Great work. But then a spill on the floor, sadly, by Sam White brings that attack to an end. Can Hymers College build something special, maybe to have the last laugh in this game, Rocky?
Yeah, they'll be wanting to get over again and making sure that they finish on a high.
Well, there's Leo Valera and Max Walker on your screen now. Both those number 9s have had a fantastic game this afternoon, haven't they, Rocky?
They have. It's been a good old ding-dong between the two.
Well, and here is Walker on the ball now for his Hymers College team. But that's a slight miss pass. That's really messy. Walker's got to go and help tidy that one up as soon as possible.
I'd say that's probably been a bit of a tale of them, where a messy ball has just got worse and worse because they've forced the passes rather than somebody just taking it by the scruff of the neck and setting up a breakdown and then getting the next phase ready. I think they've forced it's gone behind, and then obviously Cranleigh are capitalising on that.
Well, Alfie Perrett, who was sin-binned earlier on in these final 10 minutes, is now back onto the pitch. So Cranleigh restores to the full 15. And there he is on your screen, ready to pack down for another scrum. Hymers College 5 metres out from their own line. Can they get some breathing space sorted out? And they can, because it's bobbling awkwardly for Tommy Waits, and the referee agreeing with the crowd that had been knocked on. The Hymers College pupils in the stands just helping the referee with that decision ever so slightly, Rocky.
Yeah, they're being nice and vocal, and that's what we want. Games like this, it makes it memorable for the players and the fans alike.
.90 seconds left in the game, Rocky. Player of the match, please. Who's it going to be?
Well, it's been between a few players, but for me, Alfie Perrett, number 8 again, has been phenomenal today. Although he tarred a little bit by having the yellow card, I think his performance has really galvanised the team and led them forward. And obviously he's a captain as well, leads by example, physical presence, and that's what I'd want from my number 8. So congratulations, Alfie Perrett.
Alfie Perrett, you are the player of the match, as chosen by England's Rugby World Cup winning Rocky Clark. And there he is on your screen. A fantastic performance from the number 8 this afternoon. And we've got just about 30 seconds left before the end of this game. Can Cranleigh get a score for the cherry on top of the cake? And that's a lovely carry from Fugman off of the driving maul. And that is unfortunately a spilling of the ball from Cranleigh School. So now Hymers College, they have the chance to have the final say in this matchup. Westerdale brought to the floor. Walker again distributing for Gibbons, but that's a big miss pass as well. But more knock-ons counteracted by other knock-ons. And we'll go back for a scrum and Hymers College ball, and that will most likely be the final act in the game, Rocky.
Yeah, we just wonder, is there one more opportunity for either side? Just a couple of players getting cramp, as we talked about earlier.
Get the pickle juice. Get the pickle juice.
Yeah, that helps sort cramp. I remember, being down by the try line and the physios run on. I was playing at Twickenham, and you have to swirl your mouth out with pickle juice to get rid of the cramp, and it's horrible, but it does work.
Sorry, I went quiet there for a second, Rocky. I was just grimacing along with everyone else at home that you had to swill pickle juice and then spit it straight back out again. That does not sound fun.
Yeah, and you don't want to pack down against me with pickle juice mouth. And also, you don't want to land in the pickle juice where it's been spat out.
Oh, no. Well, you'd hope in this sort of weather it would wash away pretty quickly. Well, unfortunately, that might be the final act in this game. No, we have still got time for a scrum. Referee seemingly got more time left on his watch than our clock does. And it will be a Cranleigh school put in also.
Big opportunity for Cranleigh there on the 22. And get any of their moves going like they did earlier. The Wessels coming through pretty much untouched.
Well, there goes Perrott from the base of the scrum, offloading really well. But there's a penalty for crossing here. Hymers College. Now possession changes once more. This has been the tale of the second half.
It has, yes. I thought he'd overrun it. It went too close.
Oh, here we go. Hymers College might have something to cheer about in the final moments of this match. George Doyle breaking through, offloading nicely to James Thompson, his centre partner. Oh, that was a missed pass, but a really good gather there from Charles Rudd. And Rudd is marching up ever closer to that Cranleigh School 22. Woodcock. Good run again from the second rower.
Go on,
and Hymers College are throwing everything at this. And the kick from Martinson is collected. The mark is called by Zach Wood, who's going to steady the ship now. And Wood sends it into the stand. And Cranleigh School are victorious. They have won 31-10 against Hymers College. And they have won the Continental Tyres Under-15 Schools Plate Final. They are the champions going back with the silverware. Rocky Clark, your final thoughts.
Again, another thoroughly enjoyable game of rugby. Cranleigh were sublime on the day. They had threats all over the pitch. They didn't just rely on one or two players. Their team play, their structure, I was really impressed with. And credit to Hymers, they had bouts of being in and around, had opportunities to score, scored a couple of lovely tries. But for me, I think Cranleigh certainly put a performance in today worthy of a win.
Well, there you go, confirmation of the full-time score. Hymers College 10, Cranleigh School 31. Cranleigh School are the champions in this final. Rocky, before we go, have you enjoyed that game?
I loved it, it was brilliant.
You've loved it, it was brilliant. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break before our final game of the day, the Continental Tyres Schools Under-15 Cup Final. It's between the Northampton School for Boys and Radley College. Don't go anywhere, you do not want to miss it.
winning under the second game of the Continental Tyres Schools Cup Final between the Northampton boys and Radley boys. The lineup today for Northampton School boys: number 1, James Rory Underwood; number 2, Daniel Howe; number 3, Noah James; number 4, Aaron White; number 5, William Simmons; number 6, Milo Isaac; number 7, Oliver Wood; number 8, William Higgins; number 9, Massimo Russ; number 10, Giovanni Pagliariello; number 11, Alexander Clemming; number 12, Ben Jones; number 13, and captain Malachi Renahan; number 14, Jay Ryan; and number 15, Finley Spears. Your Radley boys side for today: number 1, Massimiliano Cardile; number 2, James Coates; number 3, William Jordan Willis; number 4, Esther Beck; number 5, Moses Giuliano; number 6, Wilson Hall; number 7, Andrew Coates; number 8, Harry Oliver; number 9, Freddie Hunt; number 12, Kevin Casey; number 11, William McNeil; number 12, and captain Hamish Kennedy; number 13, Max Murray; number 14, Lexi Blacker; and number 15, Manny Lobster.
Welcome back for the final time to the StoneX Stadium here in North London. It's normally the home of Saracens, but today it's home of our RFU Continental Tyres Schools Cup finals. And now we are finishing with the big one today in these under-15s finals. It is the Continental Tyres Schools Under-15s Cup final, and it's between the Northampton School for boys and Radley College. They are the two sides that will be fighting it out against each other to claim this most coveted piece of silverware for schools under-15s rugby. And as the teams enter the field of play, you can hear the cheers from either school supporting them. Let's take a look at the teams, starting with Northampton School for boys. In the front row, you have Zane Corey Kitson with Daniel Howes and Noah James. Harry White and William Sybil make up the second row. Milo Isaac, Oliver Wood and William Higgins make up the back row. Massimo Raps and Giovanni Padarillo are the 9 and 10 respectively. Alexander Collins on the left wing, Shay Lynham on the right wing, and Ben Jones and Malachy Renahan is the captain in the centres, with Finlay Shields in at fullback. And now let's take a look at how Radley College line up. It's Massimilio Capio, who is the number 1 and the loosehead prop in the front row, alongside James Coke and William Jordan Willis, who is the vice captain on the tight head side. Oscar Best in the second row with Tuliaki Ono and Alessandra Capio. Actually, Wilfred Hall is a late change, in that back row alongside Andrew Coke and Harry Oliver. Freddie Hunt and Edward Casey, the half-back pairing. William McNeil on one wing, Rafferty Blacker on the other. Hamish Kennedy, the captain in the centres, with Max Muir and Manny Lumsden in at full-back. And we are underway here at the StoneX Stadium with Northampton School for boys in blue, Radley College in the white and red hoops. And Radley College are the ones breaking out from the back early doors after a big initial collision from the Northampton boys. And after that, slow down in play from the ruck. I might have a chance to bring in Rocky Clark, but I might not, because breaking away is Andrew Coke for Radley College. There's a bit of loose ball here for the college boys, but the pass out wide was the right decision. However, it didn't go to the hands quite as they would have intended. Rocky Clark are going to bring you in rather frantically here because it's been crazy from the get-go.
This is a high-paced, high-octane game already. We knew it was built up to be something spectacular, but they have come out the blocks. We've had our hot chocolates. They've had whatever energy drinks they've got ready to come out, and here it is, all fighting for that title at the end of it to lift the cup.
Just listen to that noise coming from the other side of the stadium to us, Rocky. The fans have packed themselves to the rafters here from either school. Meatballs on fire. I'm not sure who that is on the team. I'd love to find out.
Brilliant. I'm looking forward to that.
We'll have to start asking some questions around between both of the sides. But for now, we're actually going to be asking ourselves what Northampton are going to do with their first line out of the game. It's a good initial defence from Radley College, but Northampton have done really well to get their drive started again. Advantage to the Northampton boys as well, so they could try something special. They can afford to risk it because they have that advantage going for them. Surely they're going to want to use it because they're starting to be driven back, and that's not the direction any team wants to go from a maul. And they do finally get their penalty advantage awarded. Rocky, what a first line out.
Yeah, pretty impressive. They've got that maul sorted. They've been working hard and tight to make sure that they're getting that front foot ball and get the penalty as well, even sweeter.
They've even got foghorns and fans and anything that can make a noise is on the other side of that stadium, isn't it?
They do indeed. When we saw them in, we knew it was going to be a carnival atmosphere from them.
Well, here comes another line out for Northampton. Nice little set on a driving maul, and their hooker Daniel Howes has got the ball out of the back. He's controlling this, and Massimo Raps is there with him. The scrum half is encouraging his forward pack. He's making some adjustments, not by telling them what to do, just by getting his hands stuck in, Rocky.
Exactly. Sign of a good scrum half. Brilliant.
This is really clever from Northampton. Really, really clever work to peel and go away. Howes is finally brought to the floor, though they're 10 metres out from the line now. Pick and go from Oliver Wood, the vice captain of the side. Oh, and another carry over the top. Getting ever closer now. Northampton going to the blind side with Raps. Scrum half didn't find the space that he thought he initially saw. They've got line him out on this near side too. It's a lot of space, Rocky. When do you think you pull the plug and go out wide to your winger?
Never. I'm talking as a very plotty loose-head prop. Not seeing the big space, but certainly if it is on and it's a certain score, then I'll let it go. But I like to keep it tight, close to the forwards. You're 4 metres away. I'd get a latch on, do pick and goes, have little runners coming off, so you pretend you're picking and going.
Well, they've gone to the blind here, and it's going to work out nicely for them because Northampton are going to score. It's Alexander Collins, a lovely looping pass from Giovanni Panarillo, and look at what it means to the winger to score.
Superb finish, that pace that he put on. We saw the looping pass go out. I wondered whether it would go into touch, but he just grabbed it out of the air, darted through. And the vision and the execution, because there's a player went up for the intercept and he just steps back in. I love seeing that off a winger. Go step back in, get away from that sideline, and he's so powerful. Great ball, just over the top. Still a bit of work to do. Beats 3 or 4 defenders. And he's rangy, goes through, and that is exactly the start that they wanted.
Well, it's exactly the start that they wanted. No extra points, though, from Panarelio. But let's take a look at that try again, Rocky. Talk me through how beautiful this is.
Yeah, just that looping pass. He's right on his wing, steps off his right foot. He's got his hand free to fend everybody, but he doesn't necessarily need it because he's just so fast. We saw the player bite out of the line going for that intercept, which left that space as he cut back in.
Well, Northampton have knocked that on from the kickoff and knocked it on straight into the hands of the Radley College lot. So here goes Jordan Willis, the big tight head, getting his first carry done and out of the way in this game. Hands out wide, it could be on here for Radley College if they want to use it, but it's not done soon enough, and all of a sudden a three-man overlap. It's almost wasted, you could say, Rocky.
Yeah, that's a bit of a sin to not execute that extra numbers there. Well, Northampton obviously in no rush to get this line out going once again. They probably need a moment to catch their breath and compose themselves from a slightly hair-raising moment. This is the overlap that they had. First of all, big carry, of course, from Jordan Willis. Eventually we will come out to see the overlap that they had. This is what I mean, Rocky. They got their hands going and it just needed to go. It just needed to go out. There were three people outside him against one Northampton player. Yeah, really difficult. He tried to get that pass away, but he was using his left hand for the handoff, so he only had his right hand free. Went for a sort of out the back pass, but he hadn't turned his body, and in these conditions, always going to be a tough one.
Well, that's been knocked on by Radley as they were trying to get through and turn that ball over. Bit of a get out of jail for free card there used by Northampton. I'm not sure they've got many of those left for the game.
No, luckily for them, they were able to get out of that situation.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that is quite nice now, Rocky, with this game is that it's stopped raining. I can't see any rain. Where's my vision gone?
I can still see a few little spits on my glasses. Need the wind wipers on there, but it's certainly died down an awful lot.
Well, here come Radley College coming through the middle of the Northampton defence, within 5 metres, within touching distance of that try line now. But they've knocked it on at the crucial moment. They slipped up just as our referee slipped up, and Northampton can breathe once more.
Pressure's on.
I thought it was only Castor had 9 lives, Rocky, but by the looks of things, Northampton's defence have it as well.
I know, sometimes you see that and you think, how many times can they get away with it?
It never used to happen when I was playing.
Yeah, they'd just be straight past me. But another scrum, another pack down, see what's happening.
Well, now it's stopped raining. There's no more water being added to the pitch, but there'll be a lot of surface water on there still, won't there?
Absolutely, and just as that ball's been hooked through, 8's got to pick it up after it's got nice and wet going through the scrum, but he's done well to get it out. William Higgins, big...
All charged down, Radley College are going to score! Can you believe it? That is exactly why you chase your kicks. You chase your opposition down and you put them under pressure in defence, because Radley College have got their first try and caught Northampton completely off guard. William Jordan Willis, take a bow.
Tight head prop, yes, love that. Pressure on, he's got out that scrum, made his way over. The 8 hadn't got as much distance as he would have liked because he went against the way of the wheel. But then what a charge down from the tight head.
Well, the conversion is missed, so it remains 5 apiece here at the StoneX Stadium in North London for the Continental Tyres Schools Under-15s Cup Final. Here's another replay of that charge down, Rocky. Who would have thought a tight head had the reactions to get there and be the one to dot that down.
And he kicked it after and connected. This is amazing.
That was a celebration that he didn't mess up. That is true.
Jordan Willis, what a boy, what a lad.
That not quite so good from Radley College, coming off the back of scoring a try, and now Northampton knocking on the door of the Radley College 22. There goes Corey Kitson. And now it's out with the Northampton backline, handed on though to the big second rower, Harry White. Carried with intent, but the pass was forward to him from Panarilio.
Just looked a little awkward on that pass, didn't it? They stuttered a little bit. Was it an overrun, or did 10 hold on to it too long?
It's great to see that though from Giovanni Panarillo, that he was able to take that to the line so confidently and hold that ball ready for the running line off of him from the second rower.
Exactly, and we've seen that so often in the Six Nations. Fly-offs playing at the line, but it just holds defenders, creates a space.
So Radley College went to the blind side and opted to kick it down there as well. Really good from Finley Shields now. The fullback has made some good meters and evaded quite a few tackles as well. It's still alive now here for Northampton, but they've knocked it on. Mistakes from either side really in these opening stages, Rocky. They just need to get the nerves out, don't they?
Yeah, and I don't think it's too much to do with the ball at this stage now being really slippy. I think they're just trying almost too hard. They know so much is on the game, the pressure's on, it's 5-all, so the pace that they're putting on, they've just got to watch the ball into their hands. Obviously defence are flying up as well, so when you get one of those in your eye line, it just takes your eye off the ball. So my advice would be to early catch, hands up, and keep your eyes on the ball. Don't look at the defender. Deal with that after.
This is really good off the base of the scrum from Radley College. Hamish Kennedy coming forward for the red and white hoops. And they've also got a penalty advantage as they march well inside the Northampton half now. Big carry coming in. And going forward still Radley College. The attack is alive. Gone out to the far side, really trying to stretch this Northampton defence in the early stages, which is good to see because it shows a clear intent and game plan from the nominated away side today.
I love that Radley have just got loads of layers of attack. They've got players going up to the line, pulling the ball back, out the back, short lines running off that second receiver. And that, for me, just shows another level that school rugby has really developed in. And it's great to see the game moving forward like that.
Well, here goes the kick into touch. Nice little territory gain there for Radley College. Rocky, you'd be pretty happy with that field position, wouldn't you?
Yes, indeed. 10 metres out. You know, they're guaranteed to win their line out, as long as they don't throw it skew-if. And by doing that, they can set them all up quickly and effectively. And that, I think, gives you just the advantage against the opposition. But the opposition need to be low and wait for those toes to touch the floor, and they should be hitting them.
Oh, lovely trick play there from Radley College, but a mistake in the carry from Harry Oliver means that Northampton's defence has held up once more. If my calculations are correct, Rocky, those Cats have got 6 of their 9 lives left.
They're certainly adding up, for sure. But an important scrum for them to exit with. They need to get a good field position from this.
Oh, a fiercely contested scrum there from either team, but we're just going to reset that.
Both packs just popping up, didn't they? I think there's so much pressure coming through there, it just went up because they were just so equal. Got to stay down and low, and they'll be rewarded for it and get that drive. And I'd be saying to my scrum half if I was Northampton, just turn it on a little bit more towards my hooker. Just a little bit. There we go. It's a bit cleaner.
Well, you say a little bit cleaner, but a bit of a messy base of the scrum. That means that Northampton concede a knock-on, and it's going to be a scrum down Radley College ball now. Oh my goodness, Rocky, the complexion of this scrum has completely changed.
It has, and that was Higgins who just, I think he was trying to dig it out and just gave that knock on at the back of it, because the secondary drive coming from Radley was really good and put the pressure on. That's a huge win for the front five from Radley.
Another fiercely contested scrum, but it sees Radley College come away with it successfully in the back line. Beautiful hands from the Radley College boys. And Max Murray was almost close to scoring if he'd have broken through that final tackle. Northampton scrambling with desperation to get across and stop a potential try. But are they going to go over anyway? They will! It's the tight head once more, William Jordan Willis. He's having a blinder of a game in the front row, a stonking game defensively across the park, and he's got 2 tries now to his name.
Bless him, he's got 2 tries. I think he's got winded as he scored, and he did have players outside him, and I thought, fella, you better score this, because you've butchered an overlap if you haven't. But fair play, he's got himself out in the wide channels, he put real pace onto it. It was great quick play from Radley, keeping the ball alive nice and fast. And then it was the big man who just bundled over. Little tip, little step and show and go as well, bundled over. You'd be raging if you were that winger outside, wouldn't you?
Are we sure he's a tight head prop and he's not an outside centre?
Well, he could be. He also looks like he could be 18 as well, but you know, he's certainly done well.
Well, the extra points are added for Radley College. They're 12-5 up now in this under-15s cup final. Here's another replay of that try. Just phenomenal work from Radley College. Quick ball at the ruck was essential to keep that opportunity alive. And when you give it to a player with the quality of Jordan Willis, he's going to take more than enough steps and powerful paces forward to go for the score. He had 3 people hanging off him, Rocky.
He did, and that's why tight end props are worth their weight in gold, because you know you don't they're not necessarily the people that score lots of tries, but fair play to him, he's got 2 under his belt today. But the amount of players that they suck in to then allow their backs and back row to get that front foot ball, get the space and get all the glory, I think that's brilliant. I think he's just carried again, he's loving it.
This is great so far from Radley College. They've really woken up. They're doing a Beechen Hill so far, you would think, where they're not awake during the first couple of minutes and then they suddenly come alive and come into their own as the game goes on.
Yeah, they just need that awakening, don't they? That bit of pressure, and then they come into it.
Tuliaki Ono was the one carrying there. And then Radley College look to go long. Is that going to go out in the full? No, it's bounced really nicely in front of Finlay Shields, and we know how dangerous he is with the running game, but his kicking game is just as good, because that was a beautiful spiral.
Is that it again? Tight head prop.
You're loving watching him so far, Jordan Willis, aren't you?
I am. He's carrying really well. He's playing like a back row player.
And that's exactly what you want from your front row these days,
yeah.
In how the game has evolved, isn't it?
Exactly. Something I prided myself on many moons ago. Although the kick, then maybe not his strength.
Well, we'll see plenty more of him in this game, I'm sure. He'll make up for that moment, Rocky. He'll be back in your good books in no time at all.
He'll be on for the hat-trick.
Wouldn't that be something? Well, here comes Finlay Shields. Lovely high kick from the fullback. It's not going to trouble Radley College too much, and the mark is called by Lumsden. And Manny Lumsden will be the one to restart the game once the rest of his team have made a gingerly paced walk back to him. Good collection there from Shields once more. We've seen a lot of space in behind the 50-22. Could be on here if it bounces nicely. And it will indeed. Inside his own half, bouncing into the opposition 22, and Northampton with territory and a line out.
Absolutely beautiful. And I thought, what's he waiting for? And then I just saw it, spotted it. Nobody in on that corner. Boom, beautiful bounce before it goes out over the 22, 50-22.
Well, here's a replay of that kick from Shields. You can just see him, eyes up, looking where it should go across the field. That's just great rugby knowledge, vision and awareness. Because after all, Rocky, you play this game with the top 2 inches of your head. You need your brain when you play rugby.
You absolutely do.
Pretty good work from Massimo Raps to keep his Northampton side in possession, and that's a lovely carry from the front rower Daniel House to go with it. We know how much Northampton and Radley College both love carrying within their forwards, but we've already seen it now go out into the back line.
Just seeing Radley College really get off the line there and force Northampton to step back inside. They don't want the backs to get the ball out in the wide channels.
Oliver Wood did a show and go to Shane Lynham. He fooled not only the defence but also his teammate as well. Part of me feels like the ball should have gone to the winger, but it doesn't matter because he's already won his side a penalty. And they are going to send this into the corner. And Rocky, that's a sensible decision really, isn't it? Except being 7 points behind.
Yeah, I've kicked a corner, and because these line-outs aren't contested, you've pretty much got a free line-out as long as you throw it straight. Get the quick set-up of the maul, get a quick transfer, a good transfer. You know, I think you're doing well already.
Well, here's the base now for Northampton to work with, and it's with their hooker, Daniel Howes, at the back of that maul. He's got players coming in to join him. It's going to turn into a 15-man maul around the hooker, Daniel Howes. Can Northampton get to the try line? They're only a metre away, and they've scored! Daniel Howes will come up to celebrate amongst a body of Northampton players. What a way to respond to the physicality of the Radley College players.
Yeah, super finish, loved it. And I was slightly concerned when Raps, the scrum half, seemed to be dragging his forward back. I think he wanted to get the ball, but then all the backs came in, or most of them, added that extra firepower, even if it was probably only a few feathers. They went forward, and he's just pulling his player back, but he kept it in. Daniel Howes goes over, super try. Looks like he's sunbathing with his shirt up, having a glorious day.
Not much sun to bathe in here, unfortunately, in North London at the moment. The rain has definitely stopped now, but the wind is still blowing. And that's a lovely kick from Giovanni Panariello. And he'll wander back to join the rest of his team with a tied game now, Rocky. With just over 5 minutes left to play in this first half, I think it's fair to say this is going down to the wire.
Yeah, these guys are neck and neck with each other, and it's who's going to be able to force the other one to make errors and catch them on the hoof, so it's not just one try one end, one try the other.
Well, there goes Ben Jones. It's the first really big carry we've seen from the number 12, but we've seen how easily he can now make 20-30 metres. Radley College don't need to give him that chance again.
Look at their tails gone up, Northampton. You can see how they're carrying with massive intent. Commentator's curse.
A big mistake there, though. It's in the hands of Tuli Akiono. He's handed it off to the rest of his team. Radley College could come forward with some menace now. Here is the big second rower again on the ball. And pulled down to the floor was Harry Oliver as his team come ready to reload and reset their drive. Tuliaki Ona, he just doesn't stop. Oh, another big carry here, going ever closer to the line for Radley College is James Cook. They're passing it out. Surely one more pass, they're in to score, and they will! An instant response from Radley College's number 10, Edward Casey. What a game!
Super play, great team try. Forwards took it up really close to the line. I thought they could have wide, fly half just strolls in, untouched. Edward Casey.
It's great they were able to identify that space now after the earlier error where they had a 3-on-1 situation which they ignored, and this time round they saw the space and they took full advantage of it. And there are the extras from Manny Lumsden. So it's Northampton 12, Radley College 19. And Rocky, you mentioned the Northampton team would have had their tails up, the momentum with them, the wind in their sails, if you will. Pick a cliche, any cliche. They had it with them. But now all of a sudden they've conceded a try. How do you respond as a team? How do you get your momentum back?
Well, there's a couple of options. You can either go and try and contest kick-off right on the 10-metre line. You can kick long, try and pin them and force them to make an error. And you sit tight then. You wait for either that jackal opportunity or their kick exit.
Patience is a virtue, basically.
It is, and then you've got to build and you have to keep ball. They had their tails up, they carrying with intent, but unfortunately on that third, fourth phase there was a knock-on, and they couldn't recover from that because Radley then just shifted the ball really well, played a few phases and scored.
Lovely clearance kick there from Freddie Hunt. It had a lot of really good height on it and a lot of really good distance for Radley College to be granted a bit of breathing space. So now Northampton starting from ground zero almost inside their own half, but that's a lovely carry forward by Daniel Howes. The hooker has been phenomenal in this game and he's got a try already to his name too. Lovely show and go there as well from Panariello. And Radley College almost getting that counter ruck done. That's really impressive stuff actually from Massimo Raps, the scrum half. There is Raps again now. Show and go from Corey Kitson. We've seen a lot of front rowers in this game, Rocky, and indeed all the games today. They've got a lot of skill with ball in hand.
Exactly, and because they're such big lads as well, they're hard to get down. So they're the guys that I like to see on those big high collision carries. When the defence is set, they need to tie in a few people, get a little bit of front foot, and then second phase, your back row, that's when they can get those offloads, those half breaks, and then third phase, backs get the ball.
Well, there's another really good tackle there a couple of phases ago from William Jordan Willis. Definitely a candidate already for player of the match in my books. I don't know about you, Rocky.
Well, maybe.
Well,
keep my cards close to my chest.
Here come Northampton again, but they had the penalty advantage. So now they'll kick towards that Radley College corner. Let's take a look at that tackle. This is what I'm talking about here, Rocky. We're going to get a chance to look at it now. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. And he sent him absolutely packing, Rocky.
He did. A great tackle. I'd just like to see his head protected on the side, but the physicality that he went in, the leg drive, as you said, he is definitely a player for candidate for player of the match. Sorry, he's certainly been everywhere, and that's what I love seeing, back row that are actually in front row shirts.
Well, here we go. Northampton set up another driving maul with Howes at the back of that engine, steering the ship, keeping it alive. Plenty more bodies have come in to support the effort now, but Radley College doing everything they can to put a stop to it, and they have eventually got round onto the ball legally. It's Harry Oliver doing a really good job there, the Radley number 8, to get his mitts all over it. And now Milo Isaac carried forward for Northampton. Another front rower making big carries and yards in this game, Zane Corey Kitson. 5 metres out now, Northampton knocking very much on the door of the Radley line, but no, they've knocked it on. Big celebrations from both the Radley players and their fans, Rocky.
Yeah, and it's a life that Radley have used up for this, but half time now they've got a chance to go and gather themselves, come up with different tactics, and it's going to be a great second half.
Putting in a defensive shift like that right on the stroke of half-time is almost as good as scoring a try, you might argue, because that really does give you some confidence in your defensive effort and indeed just in your whole squad really going into the final half.
Certainly does, and that's what it's all about now. Who could get momentum early on?
Well, we're going to leave you to enjoy these highlights at half-time. It's Northampton Schools for boys 12, Radley College 19. It's a very close game at the moment, 7 points in it, and 30 minutes left before we find out who wins the ultimate Schools Under-15 prize, the Continental Tyres Cup. We'll be back very shortly. Well, here we go, everyone. The final 30 minutes of this cup final between Northampton School for Boys and Radley College. 7 points separate them at the moment. Rocky Clark, where's your money going in this game?
Oh, it's too close to call. I mean, I think Radley have just probably got the upper hand at the moment. So if I had to call it now, I'd say Radley. But honestly, I think it could go either way.
I firmly agree with you. I still think this game could go absolutely anywhere. And Panariello has put in a fantastic boot there to give his side a bit of breathing space. But what can Northampton do from the back? And it was Finlay Shields who was eyeing up the rest of the field to see what was possible. Here comes Lumsden, his opposite number. Stepping inside, stepping into a gap. And Radley College already getting a bit of front foot ball. And here goes through the middle, Hamish Kennedy. We've not seen a move like that yet today. Will we see it more again from the inside centre? There's his big second rower, Tuliaki Ono. And there's a lovely little offload from Radley College once again. So they are starting off on the front foot, as they seem to be in that first half. Well, there's Lumsden. He's getting right into the thick of it, but it does mean that no one is home at the moment for Radley College. So if there is a turnover, could be dangerous, but it doesn't matter, because looking even more dangerous. There was Radley College themselves, and their number 10, Edward Casey.
There's a real threat on the ball, wasn't it? Quick tap gone through.
They've gone for the tap and go. They want to go quickly here. They are metres out from scoring now. Going to have to leave that replay for now. Tuliaki Ono just short of the line, then folded backwards. Radley College still looking for a chance to score, still looking for more points to put them further ahead in the lead. Here comes the drive for the line. Held up. Held up. Hamish Kennedy went for it, but it was just not good enough. Let's take a look at a replay of it, Rocky.
I think that's a really harsh call. Look, you can see the ball's on the floor there, but the referee's just the other side. He's going to be gutted with that. It was him who ran through Hamish Kennedy with that little pick through the ruck. And he's on the line.
We should have had you as a TMO for today, Rocky. We would have had 2 tries picked up from you. But the officials don't have eyes in the back of their heads, unfortunately.
Yep, they can only play what they see.
Absolutely. Well, there goes your man again, Jordan Willis, the tight head, offloading in the tackle. Oh, but that offload has gone very much astray, and it's with Malaki Renahan. And Northampton have really got to compose themselves all of a sudden, because from the get-go here in the second half, Rocky, they're on the back foot, so they need to get some quick territory and some time with ball in hand.
Yeah, probably don't kick it straight down to Lumsden, though. He's been carrying really well.
Oh, and that one almost went out of touch and could have seen Radley College gain a nice bit of territory again too. Oh, did Lumsden touch that as it was going out? Where's the official going toward this line out? Oh, it's still with Radley College. God, that was a hair-raising moment. I genuinely thought Lumsden might have touched that before it went out.
It looked like it from here. It's over the other side of the pitch, but even some of the spectators were, ooh. So, yeah, it made us think that he had touched it, but it's their ball, so he's got away with that.
Well, here we go. Let's see what Radley will do from here. How quick will they be able to get back? Not only into the Northampton half, but the own 22 as well.
Great take from Oscar Best there, getting his team the momentum and the drive. He takes that in the air. He's working hard.
Doing really well, actually, Radley College, to keep that maul alive, and it's been illegally disrupted now by Zane Corey Kitson, so the loose head has been punished. And the Radley College fans, funnily enough, are the most boisterous ones on that far side of the pitch. And why wouldn't you be with your side 7 points ahead in a National Cup final?
Exactly, you want to try and intimidate the opposition, put the pressure on them and show your team the support, so you're loud and you're proud. A big kick by Lumsden, who kicks him into the 22. Potentially another opportunity.
Ooh, almost a bit of a misthrow there by Radley College. So they've got to do something quickly here to make sure they don't lose possession altogether. Some lovely running lines there in the midfield, but messy play as well, and going for the legal turnover but knocking it on in the process was William Higgins. Unfortunately, the number 8 going to get a clean pair of hands on it. It's probably because that ball is so greasy still, Rocky.
Yeah, it is. We're just hearing the crowd really getting behind their teams. It is so loud. It's really got to help the teams out here.
You can see someone with a drum on the screen as well. How are your drumming skills?
Not too bad. Especially, I guess, you know, in the changing room where you have to use your rugby boots to make the noise. Pretty loud then.
Here come Radley College from the base with Harry Oliver passing along into his back line, and Radley making some really good yards here. Knocking on the door of the 22-metre line. Northampton need to get a good defensive set together and stop the red and white hoops from getting any closer, and unfortunately they allow Tiliaki Ono to get even closer to that try line. Oh, lovely little chip over the top. It might work out for the hooker, James Coke.
Really brave by Raps, done really well. Jump up and take that. It's under massive amount of pressure from James Coke there. He went up, and I'm very impressed the hooker was able to get in there, challenge well.
Really good stuff there from James Coke, but as you say, even better from Massimo Raps. Had the knowledge to call that mark. Those are always difficult ones to take as well. When you know that someone's running at you at full tilt, it's quite hard psychologically to get yourself ready to actually compete for it.
Yeah, you have to just keep eyes on balls, just focus on that, nothing between you and that ball.
Bit of a delay coming down to the ground there from Radley College. Coke again running with the ball. More forward peel round the corner, including Tiliaki Ono. And now out in that back line, here we go. What can they do from here? Lumsden, surely one more pass. It's just over the head of his left winger, William McNeil. And Manny Lumsden had to do better with that pass, Rocky.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. He's been such a great runner with the ball in hand. Just needed to get it at chest height. And there was a player I thought ran a nice little switch line as well, which he could have possibly hit.
Well, here is a look at the pass from Lumsden. It was just too airy and floaty. I understand being sympathetic, but it was going to a winger that was probably a good foot taller than his teammate there.
Yeah, and you never want to catch the ball stretching an arm out behind you as well as above you, so there's two reasons why that was such a hard ball to catch.
That's a really good line-out drive from Northampton to get themselves even further away from their own try line, and Ben Jones came under some serious pressure there. It doesn't matter though that he lost the ball in possession. They're coming back for a penalty for Northampton. Let's have a look at what sort of territory gain that Giovanni Panariello can give his Northampton side. And it's interesting that you should mention an international playing for Northampton earlier on today, because Northampton School for Boys is actually the alma mater of both Ollie Slightime and Courtney Laws. So could we potentially be seeing more England internationals out on that pitch today, do you think, Rocky Clark?
Hey, I think, you know, having done this a number of times, I think we're going to see quite a few internationals that are going to pull on representative jerseys, and that's for sure. The quality, as I've talked about all day, is just improving year on year, and the calibre of player and skill set are just so outstanding. It's so good.
There's no surprises that Radley College have been really strong, especially physically, in this game today, because in the lead up to being here in the finals, they defeated the infamous Millfield School, renowned not just in the UK but globally, Rocky, for their prominence at school rugby level. So that's a big statement actually from Radley, as they win a penalty at a ruck as well, that they were able to overcome such a force in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Millfield, even when I was younger, was such a force of nature, with producing such good rugby players and the quality of the team. So to overturn such a historical college for rugby, it's brilliant.
And they're rewarded with a trip here today to North London. The only feedback I have for them is that I wish they could have brought the sunshine with them, really, Rocky. But the rain has stopped. But it means that you can't see it very well, but the surface of this pitch will be sopping.
Yes, it is, and I was just having a laugh because we've talked about the weather a lot, and I think if commentary doesn't work out for you, you should go into being a weatherman because you're excellent at it.
Oh,
so
thank you,
we've
Rocky.
had live updates throughout the match, and we can confirm it is still wet and greasy out there, but there's less rain on my glasses.
I'll get a temperature update for you. I'll turn up tomorrow in a suit and a green screen for you. I'll give you a full update.
That'd be great. I'll bring a map.
Well, just as we were discussing the weather, Northampton have discussed with each other how they're going to win the ball back, and they've done exactly that. Turn the ball over at the line-out drive. And there you can see Radley College not able to get the ball back, so it means that they concede possession. Very strong, stable scrum between the two sides there. And here he goes out into the back line. More big carries from the inside centre, Ben Jones. I imagine there'll be a force that Northampton look to for the future, and indeed in the rest of this game. Now here comes Finlay Shields. Brought down just on the mark of halfway. Another big front row carry for Zane Corey Kitson. And Rocky, it's starting to piece together for Northampton.
Yeah, the structures come in there. They're using the different layers, little out the backs. They're coping well in the breakdowns. They've made it 30 metres up the field. Just got to make sure that they can keep ball in hand, find that mismatch.
And an unfortunate incident there in the middle of the park, however. Crossing, meaning that you're obstructing the defensive players, so it's a penalty to Radley College.
Might be time for a weather update. I think I can feel some rain.
We're under shelter. How could you feel? Is that how hard it's raining?
Yeah, look, my bottle's wet.
Oh my goodness.
It's coming in. The wind is coming in. It's making us wet. All the steps are wet next to us.
Well, there's some shots of the crowd for you to enjoy. They're having a nice little cheer off between each other, and actually that'll benefit all the players on the pitch, because there's nothing nicer than hearing all of your fans getting behind you.
Absolutely, one of my favourite things to play in front of a big crowd.
That's a really good set from Radley College as they start the move forward, slowly trudging along. And it doesn't matter if it takes forever. If they eventually make it inside that 22, it will all be worth it. The ball is there for Radley College. They will be able to use this. Lovely tip on to the rest of the back line. It avoids Lumsden, but it's still alive here for William McNeil. McNeil is going around the outside of the defence. He can't break through that last tackler though. He needs support. He hasn't got it. Holding on the floor, and a penalty for Northampton.
And that was big Ben Jones who managed to draw that penalty out, went over for that jackal. I'm convinced he must play flanker as well, because he is so strong, such a hard runner and a big boy. Loves the jackal as well. Incredible.
There's a few here you probably want to check the passports of, Rocky, because they look like they could take you and me on in a rugby match, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I think they certainly could. Very impressive.
Oh, and the Radley fans have made their way down to the touchline. They really want to bring their voices as close to the teams on the pitch as they can. And there goes Northampton into the back line. Really good carry there from the number 8, William Higgins. He's been great for the Northampton School for Boys so far in this game, and long may it continue for him as well, because he's really enjoying himself out there. That a slight miss pass though from the Northampton team, but it's nothing that Alexander Collins can't tidy up. Isaac Shimonar, this first big carry of the game as well, newly introduced. Ooh, that was a bit of a high pass for Northampton's fly-half Giovanni Panariello. And he stayed down after taking quite a big hit there, so some concern here for the Northampton fly-half and concern for the Radley defence as Malachy Renahan carves his way through it. And we've got 2 players down injured at the moment, one from either side, so it's 14 on 14 right now. It's still going here for Northampton. Daniel Howes offloads onto Ben Jones. Jones making another really strong carry there. Northampton still keeping this attack alive and getting ever closer to that 22. They can see that white line, they know that that's the first big marker you're close to scoring, and there they are crossing it. They are in the danger zone now, Northampton. But the last thing you want to do, Rocky Clark, is intentionally slow down your attacking ball.
No, you're just allowing the defence to get back on their feet and get some line speed, and it's really important you make some ground in those contact areas and play a little bit faster. Run onto the ball, a little bit static there. Look at that, got smashed back. Just gone from a standing start, there needs to be running onto it.
It looks as though Daniel Howes was stamped and shipped all the way back to Northampton with that collision with the Radley College defenders. Although good news for Northampton fans, because Giovanni Panariello has rejoined the attacking line. The fly half has rejoined just as his side knock on the ball at the ruck. So it's a Radley College scrum, and we've got about 13 minutes left to play, Rocky.
Yeah, they've done really well of Northampton, played the phases, they've made it yard by yard up the pitch, but as a knock on, I think just because the base of the ruck is a little bit messy, a few flailing arms and legs, and you know, it is greasy out there.
Oh, here's a look at a big hit.
Great hit, isn't it? Big left. Goodness me, you can tell I've been doing this for a little while. Leg lift there, 2 players gone in, massive hit, dumped him back. But he's a strong boy, he can take that, he scored his try. He's had a great game. He'll certainly feel that one tomorrow.
And the referee's blown up again here. I think he was just checking on the welfare of the second rower, Moses Tuli Akiono. Well, he's retaken his position at the scrum with ease, so clearly it's nothing major to be too worried about. And he's trying to help his Radley teammates claim that ball back, and their number 8, Harry Oliver, has to go digging for it at the scrum in order to get the ball out and get the attack going. Lovely box kick in from Freddie Hunt. It's gone straight into the backfields with Massimo Raps. And Raps has done really well there to find his team enough time to rejoin him. It's all just starting to resemble a little bit of a wrestling match, isn't it, when it comes to the rucks at the moment?
Yeah, there's so much competition. Counter-rucking, jackling. You have to be pinpoint. The thing is, when you pick and go around the rucks, if you don't have support with you, that's a really easy pick-in for the jackler who's next to the tackler. Go straight on the ball, as long as they're not part of the tackle.
It's also exhausting to keep doing it over and over and over again. So it'll be a big question whether either side can keep it up for the remainder of this match. But here come Northampton on the attack, spreading it nice and wide to get into the hands of Alexander Collins. But Collins is isolated. Northampton give away a penalty, and Radley College win another chance to cement their status as winners in this game, Rocky.
Yeah, Hamish Kennedy was on that ball. They had two of the Northampton players trying to clean him out, but that's what happens when you get isolated. If you don't do a decent ball presentation or stay on your feet as long as possible, then you're in danger of getting turned over, and he survived the clear out. That's the key thing. Both Northampton players weren't able to get rid of Kennedy over the ball, and therefore the turnover happens. And they get the line out on 10-metre line.
This is a really nice move from Radley College at the line out. Coke was the one wrapping round to take that ball and give it a run himself. And they are really starting something here. Well, just as I say that, Northampton get the ball back. I should really stop doing that, Rocky.
I know, I've done it as well as the commentator's curse, but hey-ho.
Well, Panariello has seen a bit of space in behind there, but actually Manny Lumsden thinks he can counter them with some magic of his own. Oh, great feet from Finlay Shields. Let's get a replay of that moment that's ended up with the referee awarding Northampton a penalty. So there's the kick through from Lumsden. Collected by Shields. Great footwork. Just a slightly high challenge on Shields from one of the Radley College players, Rocky. You've got to get your height down these days, haven't you?
Absolutely, it's what the referees are looking for, and obviously tackle height is the new directive in this year, and so important that you get low. And we've seen some really good tackles, but a few are slipping up, but the safety of the player is utmost importance.
I'm just enjoying the chanting, Rocky. I feel like I don't need to say much more, to be honest. The fans are bringing all the noise that we need, and bringing the noise right to the very end here at the StoneX Stadium. Panariello with a lovely grubber along the floor, but he trips just as he went to collect it. And more knock-ons from both sides mean that we've got another scrum.
Yeah, it's just gone a bit sort of static, isn't it, in that sort of middle third, really, for both teams. So we've had a few glimpses of excitement, but nothing's really come of it. So I think a team needs to get a foothold of it. Obviously, still all to play for Northampton. We just need to make it count now. Who's the talisman? Who's going to be able to bring them up, get them close to the try line?
I think surely you've got to start looking at the likes of Daniel Howes, the hooker in that front row. He's been fantastic. Milo Isaac, the big number 6, he's been brilliant. But actually, I should be keeping my eyes peeled on Malachy Renahan in the outside centre position for Northampton. Perhaps it's the back line that Northampton need to look to, really, Rocky. That's where they've had their most dominant displays.
Yeah, they have. And they just need to get the ball in a bit of space. And that's a shame they couldn't have hit their hooker running around on that really hard line, Daniel Howes, because he would have been a real force, just running on at real pace.
Go on, that's a big collision. William Higgins taking the ball forward, and he's sent packing. And another big collision, this time Harry White winning the collision, getting over that tackle gain line. Oh, and here comes one of those big players. Milo Isaac, I said he might be important in the swinging of this game. And we've got another player down in the middle. So Northampton currently attacking with 14. Oh, and they should have hit him there. Giovanni Panariello ran a fantastic line off the ruck, Rocky, but they just didn't give him the ball.
Yeah, Raps don't like his forward runners running really hard off his shoulder. There's two he's missed, which I think really should have gone.
And that's a big knock on there by Daniel Howes, and breaking away with the ball is Radley College's Oscar Best. Best inside the Northampton 22, well and truly. If Radley College score now, that could be the game sealed. The pace of the attack is slowed down by the Northampton defence. We know how well they suddenly come into a league of their own when it comes to the defensive effort. It's out in that back line. There's numbers here if they want to use them. McNeil going towards the corner. William McNeil! William McNeil scores for Radley College and will most likely seal the game for the red and white hoops. Rocky Clark, what a game!
This is such an enjoyable game. Just the skill on display and the backing themselves, the intent of their carries, really good to see. And just that player just spinning around. All started off by Oscar Best with his line break going through, but to be able to turn and score out like that, what a dive, what a score from William McNeil.
We mentioned it earlier, the importance of trying to stay on your feet and keep driving your legs even after the initial contact point is made, and McNeil did exactly that, didn't he? And that's what ultimately led to him diving over in the corner.
Found that weak shoulder and was able to go over exactly right, and that's great for new people watching rugby, kids watching rugby. Take those positives away, learn from them.
Well, Manny Lumsden wasn't able to add the extras, but it doesn't matter because Radley College are still 12 points ahead here. There's 3 minutes left. Northampton could still have a miracle left in the tank to use and to close the gap to 5 with a converted try. This game really will go to the wire. Big tackles from the kickoff. William Sybil charging forwards for the Northampton side. You can hear the horns really going for it now on that far side of the pitch with the Radley fans. Coke is sent packing this time.
Tell me he's not a flanker.
That was brilliant from Ben Jones. And Northampton have won a penalty. They looked to go quickly. Raps was definitely up for it. Here's a replay. That's a huge hit. Huge hit on James Coke.
I'd like to have seen more of him. I'd like to have seen him maybe 7 or 8 or 6, just a big carrier in that pack.
Well, Ben Jones was the one that sent him backwards and sat him down, and now Ben Jones has taken up his position as second receiver in that back line off of this line out. Rocky, you've got to say, with the quality of back line they have, you've got to get this ball in and out as quickly as possible. And as I say, that Coke picks up the missed throw at the back for Radley College. So unfortunately, it's another chance gone wavering for Northampton School for Boys.
And that was their hooker that went through, James Coke. Slippery little one. It was a great carry.
Tony Akiono makes the offload on one more. Passes and numbers still available here for Radley College. These are big defining moments for this side now. We're in the final minute of play now. The game is all but wrapped up for Radley College. Harry Oliver driving with all of his might. Offloading to William Jordan Willis. Jordan Willis still going towards the line.
He wants that hat-trick.
Tuliakiono, lovely hands, and again James Cope for the line! Forward pass. So it's a scrum down. Massimo Raps thought it might be a free kick or a penalty. James Cope can't quite believe it. He's taking a moment to get back to his feet. But Rocky, look at this passage of play.
Yeah, huge carry, lovely little tip-ons. And look at that, just the offloading game, so hard to stop. I just deemed it was forward.
Andrew Cope to James Cope. Very, very close to getting a 5th try in this game, Radley College. But that is time on our clock, so there can't be much longer left on the referees. And here come Northampton out from the back. Ben Jones knocks on. Let's wait and see if that's the game. It is indeed. It's the full-time whistle. And Northampton School for Boys have lost in the death to Radley College, 12-24. So Radley College are your 2024 Continental Tyres Schools Under-15 Cup champions. They've defeated Goliath along the way, and they've been rewarded with the silverware at the end. Rocky Clark, who is your player of the match?
Well, there's quite a few who've put their hands up, and I have said that every time. Tuliaki Ono has been fantastic. James Cope, he's really come into his own in the second half. But for me, the man that started it all off, William Jordan Willis, tight head prop, 2 tries. He's Harlem Globetrotter offloading. He's been really good around the park, physical, getting the ball out wide, tight head prop.
Well, there is the number 3, joining in the hugs, joining in the handshakes. He's a vice captain of this side, and he certainly led the forward pack from the front for his team, Rocky. And it's players like that who really are the difference between a win and a loss. And look at how happy the Radley College fans are as well with that victory. That's a big moment for Radley College. And well, Rocky, quite a sombre moment now as well, because do you know what? That signals the end of today's action. That was the 4th and final game today. We have got 2 tomorrow, but for now, that's it. What have you thought of all the under-15s games today?
The future is very bright. The competition here, the quality of the players has been outstanding. Absolute pleasure to watch, and I'm excited for the future of rugby.
Give me some highlights from the off the top of your head, Rocky. You've awarded a lot of Player of the Match awards today. Are there people that we should try and remember the names of, as well as William Jordan Willis being up there as one of them? You know, there's lots of people that put their hands up today and scored some fantastic tries and done really well. Dalby Welsh's in that game as well were fantastic.
Yeah, Henry Suey would be one from Beechen Cliff. I think he's got a massive future coming for him. Alfie Perrett as well from Cranleigh, brilliant player. And I love Dale, the second rows have been working really hard as well. Charlie Greenhow as well, big name that potentially is going to go quite far. I mean, it's a lot of forwards I'm picking here, but I've seen a lot of backs as well. Kai Barker, Luke Wessels, Thompson, there's so many.
It's a day that's been filled with some fantastic national rugby talent, and I have loved it from start to finish. Rocky, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm glad that you've enjoyed it. Will you please join me again tomorrow for 2 more?
Oh, go on then, better add.
I've talked you into it, haven't I? Well, that is it for us today. We've had 4 amazing matches in these Continental Cup finals here at the StoneX Stadium. We have got more games on the way tomorrow, so keep your eyes on England Rugby social media for all of the links and the details on how to follow those matches. So for now, I've been James Roberts, joined by Rocky Clark. That's it for the action today, but we'll see you again very soon. Goodbye.
And the winner of the Continental Tyres Group Cup Final, Radley.
When you run out onto the pitch, with that white shirt on and the red rose and you hear that crowd roar, especially when you're at Twickenham, it makes you feel 10 foot tall.
Underwood, lovely pick up. First chance for him. What a moment for the 20-year-old Rory Underwood.
My first try against France is one of my favourite tries because it was my first try for England. My third try against Argentina to get my first hat-trick. My fifth try against Fiji to get 5 tries in a game, which is, I think, still a joint record.
Rory Underwood's 5th try for England.
Being England's record try scorer is something I'm very proud of, but I recognise that it wasn't just because of me. I can only score those tries if the rest of the team do what they can do as individuals, but us collectively as a team. My rugby journey in some ways started at school. The first person who had a real influence on my career was John Oates, who was the PE teacher, who made that first suggestion. Was a very big friend after I left school and was always somebody I could go to and mentor in my early stages of playing rugby.
First came across Rory, it must have been the late 70s, early 80s, when I joined the school looking after the sport. First impression is, wow, he's quick, wow, he's balanced, wow, he can catch the ball, and wow, nobody can catch him. What a character, what a player. 3 main things that stuck out about him. First of all, the strength of the family, a really strong family bond. Mum from Kuala Lumpur, father from Middlesbrough, very humble, very articulate, and very hard-working. Secondly, the character. Now, the school here is based upon building characters, and Rory is one of them. And the third thing was his absolute fantastic physical ability. During his time with England, some of the British athletics people tested him and came back as one of the people who could have really made it as a decathlete. So what a fantastic athlete he was. As time went on, you could see the development of him into a team player, but also somebody who could devastate, beat defences. He could score tries from anywhere. An incredible athlete.
What a brace of tries by the flying officer.
Sometimes one of the things that surprises me about my whole career of playing rugby is that during the whole of my career, it was an amateur game. So during that period I was playing at Twickenham, I've got my 85 caps for England. I was doing that as an amateur and I had a day job. And there are still people that didn't realise that I was a pilot in the Royal Air Force. And so I flew Tornadoes, Canberras and Hawks during my time. I was in the Air Force for 18 years during the whole of my rugby career. Singing the national anthem at Twickenham before the game, the emotions were obviously high. You know, when you run out the tunnel, you go up the 2-3 steps onto the turf at Twickenham as it was in those days, and you emerge and the crowd goes up. It's one of the best things I've done in my life. Wherever I go in the world, people always ask me, how's my mum? Obviously, she was picked out in the stand at Twickenham virtually every time by grandstand, seeing her 2 boys running around on the pitch at Twickenham. She was an immensely proud mum. The